But, hello, how's it going? How is everybody? It is Friday. It is Funky Friday. Welcome to my live stream. Welcome, everybody. Good to see everybody again. We got some interesting things up for tonight. We have on the platform, or on the palette, on the platform? No, on the plate. Hello. On the plate, we have some tea spilt by David Hancock, who used to be Kyle Rittenhouse's, like, pretty much puppeteer. And he has recently, I don't know how recently, but been saying some really interesting things about Kyle Rittenhouse. Definitely against him now. And then we're going to cover the sign. We're going to take a look at the signs for the apocalypse that's apparently going to be happening Monday. Thank God it's finally here. So we're going to take a look at the signs. And then our third subject, we are going to be covering a man, a comedian, who goes by the name Willie Johnson, who decided to pick some beef with me. Me! He decided to pick some beef with me, and he thinks he's done. I'm not done. Long story short, I got into it with this guy about a really important topic, okay? It's not just like arguing over something silly, like over a really important topic having to do with the history of the Mormon Church and its founder, Joseph Smith, and him having wives as young as 14 years old. So we got into it. Needless to say, that didn't matter. It's the fact that after everything was said and done, I decided to take a look at what he is on his profile, you know, who he is, what he's posting, and it turns out he's got some content, and he's a social and political commentator. And he's got some opinions and some jokes and some stand-up going on. So, as a fellow commentator, I'm going to do some commentating on him. He might be finished, but I am not. This is what happens. It truly is the apocalypse, my friends. We are no longer sitting in our tower. We are rolling down in the mud. The apocalyptica. Oh my fuck. I can't believe I actually read that. Anyways, hello everybody. What's up, Becca? Becca, thank you so much for the super chat. And Laura, thank you so much for the super chat. Both of you, thank you so much. I really appreciate that. Let's see, what was said? Got a bunch of awesome emojis. Let's see. Wow, time flies. Hey, Becca, here we are. Hey, Jan, so glad to be here with you all. I'm glad to see you, too. It's going to be really fucking fun and funny night, frankly. Yo, ho, ho, happy Friday, says Laura. Becca, with a lovely unicorn sticker. Love that. Thank you so much. Apocalyptic eclipse. Oh my. I don't like that. Oh, hello, Angela. Hello, Heretical Response. What's up, Specs? That's awesome you have a new job. We got Roxy. Heyo. So yes, we got two very interesting topics tonight. We're going to laugh at Kyle Rittenhouse. We're going to laugh at the crazies talking about the apocalypse coming. And then, for a final treat, we're going to get into some beef. Personal beef. Is it personal? I don't know if it's personal. I'm not taking it very personal. But this is beef, okay? I am not a perfect person. I am not a perfect model of what, like, the ultimate, like, Neogenian looks like. I am Jan. And I, sometimes, am a messy bitch. And I am not shy of confrontation. Almost to a fault. But sometimes you just have to get it out, and this is the appropriate time. The appropriate time. I feel it. The Ubermunch. I don't know about that. You know, I like the general premise of the Ubermensch, but it was kind of like, it's kind of tied to like weird Nazi stuff. I don't know. It's a little weird. A lot of good philosophy has been commandeered. Get your dunce caps ready. Angelica, I think, has like the most insight to what's going to happen with this last guy, Willie Johnson. That can't be his real name. I mean, just listen to it. But then again, I'm covering a guy called David Hancock. Hancock is just like a kind of interesting phallic-y name. But when your name is Willie Johnson, makes me wonder if that was deliberately picked. The Uber Munchies. There's no Uber Munch here. There's Uber Munchies. Anything fun happening over the week while we wait for people to get in? Any good news, other good news besides somebody getting, you know, job offers, things like that? Oh shit, I gotta pull shit up. I got a whole bunch of screenshots. It's sad when I'm sorry, I'm looking at these screenshots. I'm like, it's kind of out of order because when I uploaded it, it didn't exactly upload in the order that I would like it to be. So it might be a little discombobulated there. There we go. Hey, Lee. Becca says, I chopped off a lot of my hair. It was down to my booty, and I got tired of it and let my mom chop it above my shoulders, and I think I'm going to go even shorter. We'll go you, yeah. Yeah, hell yeah. Hey, Melinda says my boyfriend just asked me to do his nails for WrestleMania, and I told him that I'm up for the challenge. That, I mean, you're the right person for it. Laura says I've officially lost over 80 pounds now. Fuck yeah. And I don't have any tumors. Had a CAT scan to. Oh, okay. But it turns out to be a hernia. Oh, okay. But I mean, that sucks, but that's a lot better than the other thing. This is good news. Great. Yeah, good job. Losing weight is really hard. I know that. Oh, geez. Trying to work off all the weight I gained over the pandemic has been rough. But finally, I believe I found the key to it just a couple of weeks ago. Had a conversation with my doctor about it. And we're thinking that it might be the sleeping medication I'm on, because technically it's an antipsychotic. I have it prescribed for sleep because, you know, I have insomnia problems. But there's, you know, potential for it to also like really mess with my metabolism and the way I, you know, absorb insulin and stuff like that. So I've been going cold turkey off of that, and surprisingly have been doing okay with sleep. And I've noticed pounds dropping off. So I think that just might be the ticket. So we'll see. It's only been a couple of weeks. I'm seeing really good results and feeling much better so far. So, yeah. It's kind of sucks, you know, like it's nice to sleep like solidly, like without any worry, but kind of comes as an expense, like a bad side effect. So I don't I don't know what you missed. I don't know what you missed. I was talking about how it's been a struggle to lose all of the weight I gained over the pandemic. But I had a talk with my doctor a couple weeks ago, and we were looking at my, you know, my sleeping medication. And ever since I've been off of it, things are actually moving. Like, things are coming off. So I think that's it's kind of the ticket. Like, I think that was really like hindering my progress. You know, it's especially frustrating, like starting from a really low weight, getting on medication, gaining weight. Now it's like, well, gotta take off the get rid of the medication now because it's obviously got side effects. So we will wait just a couple more minutes and then we'll get started on our topics. What do we want to do first? I don't know. I'm pretty fucking excited. Like it's Christmas to get into the beef with Willie, but I don't want to like give it away all up front, I think. Maybe put that in the middle. Maybe I'll start with Kyle Rittenhouse, go into Willie, and then end with the solar eclipse conspiracy. Laura says, Jan, you're looking so good lately. Thank you for, thank you. Yeah. I mean, it's like, it's interesting. Like I've been off the medication for like definitely over 10 days now. And I'm doing the same things. And I've dropped like 4 pounds in a week. Like at first I wasn't doing much, but like I can feel, it's weird too. Like I can feel like things like the metabolism is going. Like I can feel, I don't know, because before it just felt like everything was just stuck. I don't know if anybody's had that sensation, like when you're struggling to lose weight and like it just feels stuck, like styrofoam. It doesn't move or go anywhere. My dimples are popping. Thank you. I don't think I have dimples. I guess I do. Maybe. I don't know. Thank you. Shout out to anybody who's like trying to get fit or just be healthy or feel good. Like, that is a noble pursuit, and I highly, highly encourage it. That is just, in fact, I would say that's almost like a religion. Now, I'm a person like where I've had struggles with depression and stuff, and I still do. I'm on medication, but I haven't struggled recently, and that's because the medication is working. Anyways, I don't believe that exercise and healthy eating is like the ultimate magical answer to getting rid of depression or curing depression or just treating it. I don't think it's the ultimate magical answer for everything about that. However, in my experience and the way I hear others talk, they're very good, important tools to help manage things. You know, like they're tools to use. And so I highly encourage people to find an activity you like doing, even if it's as simple as going for a walk around the neighborhood, you know, just like move around, be conscious of what you eat. I don't believe in like diets or diet preaching or anything like that or whatever, like certain foods. Like you're not gonna hear it from me to be vegan or anything. If you want to do that, absolutely go ahead. But I'm just like, as long as you're like eating healthier in general, I'm always a big like proponent of like vegetables. Eat your greens. I like to say that. Always eat your greens. And yeah. You know, it just, these things help. See, Laura says, yes, Jan, although I'm on antidepressants and I didn't want them all my life, but they sure did make a difference for me all along. The tools I know, like getting outside. You know, I was the same way. I was so oddly against like medication for some reason, like mental medication for like so long. And my whole thing was like, well, I'm just going to smoke weed. Oh, you know, it's natural. It's natural. Just smoke weed. For like years, and then finally I broke down and I'm just like, give me the pills, I don't know, try it. And you know, it is trial and error. It's not just like the first thing you're put on is like you have to figure out what works for you and what doesn't. And like the antidepressants work for me because it's a duloxetine, so it's not just like an antidepressant, it also helps with like chronic pain. So it's like it kills two birds with one stone for me. And that really helps because I suffer from chronic pain, and depression go hand in hand. It's weird. It's almost like the chicken and the egg thing, like which one started first. Nobody really knows. They just know there's like a correlation there. It's still not quite understood, but it helps. Lee says, I don't think my messages reached you in the chat yesterday. Me? I barely paid attention to the chat yesterday. Sometimes I do that. Just like listen and then get just like distracted with something else. I did like, every time I did like hop into the chat, there was like some troll that usually happens. Let's see, Becca says, it makes me feel so good to hear you all talking about your health journeys because I'm trying to really focus on mine right now. I'm not able to work out yet, but I'm eating much better. You know, sometimes it's weird. It's like you have to like prep yourself before you get into like the workout stuff, but that's good. Eating better is good. Oh, okay. Okay, leave. Hand of Doom says, last time, or Shadow Dragon says, last time I tried to get back on antidepressants, that made me fucking crazy. I don't take, and you are of, except for St. John's wort. Oh, okay. So you take like St. John's wort and stuff. You know, it's not for everybody. I'm not going to say. Like, I'm just saying it works for me. I think it should be on the table. Angelica says, if you can't work out, even doing a brisk walk helps. Yeah, even for like fucking 5 minutes. Like, just go walk down the street and walk back. There you go. Or like vigorously clean your house. Like vacuum really hard for like a minute. Let's see. I'm really mad all my screenshots got, like, out of order. Oops, math notes. we're just gonna look at my math notes. There we go. These are my notes for math. Everybody look at that. Isn't that special? Been doing calculus with Susan. We did our, like, I think, like, first chapter test. I did mid. I'm not gonna lie. I didn't suck and I wasn't great either. Like, I did mid. I got like 11 questions out of, wait, is it 11? No. Oh, I got 12. Yeah, I got 12 questions right out of 20. So I still got like 8 of them wrong. Like, there's definitely one that was like really close because it was just a matter of like how I rounded it. So it's I'm in this funny place where it's like I'm learning not to beat myself up when I get math questions wrong, and I'm learning that it's just merely an opportunity to understand something better. Algebra? No. Pre-calculus. Never in a million years would I, like, growing up, I would have never, like, thought that as an adult I'd be doing calculus recreationally. But here I am. What shall we do for our first subject? Why don't we get into Kyle Rittenhouse? Why don't we open up with Kyle Rittenhouse? Because this is some really interesting stuff. David Hancock was, like, pretty much his PR person. Like, he was his handler. Like, he was essentially his coach through the whole trial and everything. Like, public representation, coached him through, like, answering, like, questions from the media and, like, journalists and interviewers and things like that, and on news places, like, through and through. And I guess I don't know if this has been going on for a while or if I'm just, like, late to the party, but this guy is coming out against Kyle Rittenhouse. In fact, like, some of the tweets I've been reading by him, it's almost like he hates Kyle Rittenhouse more than anybody else. So this is really fucking interesting. But before we dive into that, I have to pee. I'm sorry, I do have to pee. I gotta pee real fast, and then we shall be back. So don't go anywhere. I'm gonna be like 2 seconds. Look at the pee screen. Here we go. Okay. I forget I have my screens programmed into my keys. I think there's this one. Yeah. If I hit the key, like, number 1, it's like this screen. If I do number 2, it's this, and this is the P screen. Oh, and that's the end screen. And 5 is nothing. Okay. Okay. Wait. Is my audio off now? Motherfuck. Hey, Philip. What's going on? I swear my audio is always fucking off. Is it off now? Yeah, quite a bit. No! Stop it! I don't know why you did that. I'm trying to do this whole other thing. Okay. It's still off. Is it still off now? Off now? It's still off. Oh, the troubles of this audio. Whatever shall I do? I do not know. Whatever. Ugh. You like the screens and sounds and stuff? Me too, when it's actually in sync. Oh, thank you, Heretical Response. Out there with the Loppy sticker. Where is Loppy? I don't know. I think Loppy should stay away. I'm gonna get spicy later. Oh, let's see. Do we have any, like, general information on David Hancock? I know he's like ex-Navy SEALs or something. I guess I could look like directly at his Twitter. Hey, Andy. See, David Hancock. If you value your integrity, then be prepared to take a beating from those who have none. Retired Navy SEAL turned big lie whistleblower. Okay. Okay, King. Well, if you just scroll down, yeah, he's really active out against Kyle Rittenhouse. If Kyle Rittenhouse possessed even a modicum of self-awareness, he will take the hint and go radio silent. His 15 minutes are over? Yo! I don't know who David Hancock is, but I already like him. Even just for the fact that he was his, like, biggest advocate and really tried to, like, be, you know, coach him. Like, he was his handler, his keeper. Straight up. And now he's just like, fuck this bitch. I can sense the meme lords falling into formation. Yes! Well, yeah. Okay. I have nothing. I know nothing other about this guy than that. So let's just go off of this. Yeah, pop off, King. I am okay. I will allow it. Okay, so this is, you know, part of like so apparently recently Kyle Rittenhouse tried to get into the US Army. And you have to pass, like, tests. And Kyle Rittenhouse failed, like, a very basic test. And we're talking, like, very basic stuff. And so, anyways, he's permanently disqualified from entering USMC. Interesting. Well, there goes Kyle's dreams of being in the Army. Military, whatever. This big old piece here, I believe, is included in this sort of layout by this person Yeah. Okay, yeah. So this is like a compilation of like all tweets that you can find on David's thing. We will start from here and we will make this bigger so that I can see it. So, Kyle Rittenhouse, for those who don't know, is a conservative darling who became famous when he crossed state lines with guns with the intent to kill BLM protesters, and did. This specific detail is highly debated. It's true. Like, that was like the big debate. Laura, it's David Hancock. He was Kyle Rittenhouse's handler. He was his PR person, his coach all through the trial, tried to paint Kyle in a good light, was his complete advocate, and now he is turned against him. So going back during the pandemic, when we had all of those Black Lives Matters protests, and Kyle Rittenhouse, as this says... Yeah, no, you're not. No, I'm just catching you up. So anyways, he crossed state lines with guns with the intent to kill. And that was like the big debate, right? Like everybody who had like a basic fucking brain and like basic common sense could see that that's what he was trying to do. He wanted to do that. But the debate was, on the other hand, that, oh, he was just trying to protect property or protect himself, or he really wasn't in there to protect. He was there to give medical aid, this, that, and the other. And he had a trial, and he got off with a trial. Like as it sits right here, it became pretty clear from the communications released after the trial had long finished that he had a disposition towards having and wanting to use his guns, but we're not here to debate that specific piece of info. Believe what you want in that regard, is what this person says. But he wasn't found guilty when they did the whole trial. He was not found guilty of murder. And it was really disappointing because it's like, are you kidding me? So anyways, the alt-right rallied around him and raised a large amount of money for his legal defense fund. With it, they hired lawyers, coaches, etc., and managed to get a not guilty verdict. There was a lot of bothersome about the trial, but There was a lot that was bothersome about the trial, but all discussion was shut down by the not guilty verdict. Okay, yeah, it was pretty much like case closed. Like, well, the court says, he's not guilty, and that was that. And then he started to go on tour. So, it was relatively well known that Kyle Rittenhouse was a middle school dropout with mental problems and a fixation on guns to an almost fetish-sizing degree. It was recently revealed that Kyle was rejected from the Marines. Thank God. One of the easiest branches of the military to get into. Infamously easy. The information began recently circulated when the document dropped from the FOIA request explaining that Rittenhouse has been rejected from the Marines for scoring too low on the ASVAB, the general test for entering the military. His test score was far below the required minimum and was permanently disqualified from entering the U.S. Marine Corps. You can see the FOIA documents here. He didn't fail middle school. He dropped out of middle school. Okay, sent from blah, 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 blah. In follow-up to the Rittenhouse request, the most received confirmation through U.S. Army and USMC recruiting command efforts in January 2020, he took USMC entrance exam and did not meet service eligibility requirements. His test score was far below the required minimum and was permanently disqualified. Please let me know if there are additional questions. Womp, womp, womp. Some goings back and forth. So those are like the actual documents. Okay. So, let's see. The max score on the ASVAB is 99. The score one needs to get into the Marines is 30. Okay, so the highest score you can achieve on this test is 99. But in order to get into the Marines, you have to at least achieve 30. Kyle's own image crafter has implied that Kyle made less than a 10 on the test. Of note, apparently the average high school educated person can make around a 50 without studying. So typical questions commonly on this test are like, let's see, NaCl is more commonly known as, those. And then like, if there are 3 quarts of gas in a gallon container, how full is the container? So those are the kind of questions. That's like... We're talking like that. So basically, like, it's just a test to see if you're just somewhat competent. But apparently, according to the guy who, like, coached him, he met around a 10. So the kid dropped out of middle school, only scored a 10 on this test. So it seems to me that the lad is really undereducated. I mean... probably just has not given 2 shits about his education. He's too dumb for the Marines. That's saying a lot. Because there's some dumbass motherfuckers that managed to get into the Marines. And there goes his dream. He can't be the fucking Marine badass that he dreams of being. Where he can hump his guns at night. Bless his heart, I know. Because it's like, it's kind of sad in a way. Because it's finding out he's not just stupid as in he has like stupid ideas about life and the world or a stupid attitude about life and the world. But he's just genuinely just a dunce. And that's like a kind of little part of me just goes, oh, it's so sad. He's just dumb. That's so sad. but thank God he's just dumb enough not to get into the Marines. Although if he did get into the Marines, I don't think he would be able to keep going on with his like social media presence. Probably not. I don't know about that. Anyways, more can be found with a quick typical ASVB questions Google search. This is really basic stuff, so needless to say, Kyle hasn't had the greatest life so far, and outside of his right-wing grift, going to the CPAC conventions and begging for money, his future prospects don't look so bright. He's not a planner. To top it all off, Kyle Rittenhouse had an image crafter who did work with the youth, preparing him for his days in court, citing that he spent upwards of 200 hours coaching Rittenhouse. This is David Hancock. That's this guy over here. David Hancock, the retired Navy SEAL. So here's this. This is exactly what David Hancock is saying right here. Saying, is anyone surprised that Kyle's far-right political handlers ensured his particular detail didn't make it out into his book? Seafood. Oh. He's talking about the test results. Or not the test results, the fact that he did not get into the Marines. So, is anyone surprised that Kyle's far-right political handlers ensured this particular detail didn't make it into his book? Regarding his online high school diploma, we had to force him to complete the 4 years of credits in just 10 months, which he did using the Google machine. So, the only way he completed all of that was by constantly Googling things. David says, we invested significant efforts to craft the image you witnessed during the trial. We outfitted him in new suits, arranged for his haircut every weekend during the trial, and dedicated over 200 hours to prepare him for direct and cross-examination. We employed the world's leading jury consultants and conducted extensive research through the 3 mock trials to identify the ideal jurors and the most effective approach for his testimony. No, I never shared any of like this live stream on any of my platforms. I just realized that is too funny. You know, it would help if I actually like shared the live stream to stuff, you know. Let's see. That's what I was supposed to do like in the beginning. Post. Okay. Okay, live now. Let's go. Let's see, we got Kyle Rittenhouse. Apocalypse and Beef with Willie. Willie Johnson. Oh my god. I was beefing with him on Twitter. What if he sees this and then like comes in the chat? Oh my god. What if he comes in the chat? That would be so funny. Let's see. Link in comments. And I'm going to post the link in the comments. By the way, everybody, I'm on Twitter. I just joined Twitter a couple of months ago. I think it's been roughly like a month. But let's see. Oh, we got to post it over to Facebook too. Facebook just seems so fucking dead to me. I think that's why I've moved to Twitter. I'm like, I want some spice. Like, I don't know. I want a little spicy spice. Kyle Rittenhouse, Apocalypse, and Beef with Willie. Let's go! The social media site, formerly known as Twitter, is so musky. It's kind of funny, though. It's kind of funny to be on there and then just see everybody on there pretty much hating him, for the most part. Anyways, going back to David Hancock, who was Kyle Rittenhouse's previous handler and, like, image crafter. And he's now speaking out against Kyle because Kyle Rittenhouse could not pass the simplest basic of fucking test to get into the Marines. Back to this. So, anyways, he said, let's go back. We invested significant effort to craft the image you witnessed during the trial. We outfitted him in new suits, arranged for his haircut every weekend during the trial, and dedicated over 200 hours to prepare him for direct and cross-examination. We employed the world's leading jury consultant and conducted extensive research through 3 mock trials to identify the ideal jurors and most effective approach for his testimony. transforming a middle school dropout who was angry at the world with a history of violence and an unhealthy obsession with guns and killing into a respectable young man with a desire for higher education and a promising future was no easy feat. Well, it didn't work. It didn't work, clearly. A lot of people didn't buy it. Let's see. It was a meticulously crafted facade, which we sincerely hoped he would grow into. Instead, he squandered a full scholarship to study any subject at any university in the country to become a divisive douchebag and antagonize Black Americans on college campuses. Kyle failed to learn a single thing. He remains the same uneducated, arrogant, and antagonistic individual, incapable of telling the truth. Now he genuinely believes he is the show pony we created and has surrounded himself with sycophants who fuel his inflated ego because they prioritize their political agenda and Christian nationalist worldview over his well-being. Despite my efforts to guide him toward a better path in life, the allure of notoriety triumphed over the prospect of putting in the hard work of pursuing an education. Kyle is ill-equipped to offer advice to young people. I regret my regret my role in shaping him into whatever he has become. If I had known what I know now about Kyle's history, I wouldn't have been involved. Interesting. And that was this dark space. So anyways, for those of you who are confused about the Google machine, he basically just Googled to pass the test. So even with he did reach an online high school diploma, but he did it in like 10 months and then he just used Google. He Googled to pass all the tests and stuff. This is more from David Hancock. During my involvement with Kyle Rittenhouse's case, I gained significant insights to the grim realities of right-wing political messaging. However, a more insidious aspect I discovered was the murky and foul realm of conservative nonprofit fundraising. In the coming days, I will pull back the curtain on these operations, shedding light on how unscrupulous individuals and data companies exploit conservative causes to amass personal wealth at the expense of genuine right-wing values and efforts. The individuals and companies operating behind the scenes include a closely connected group of founders and board members of numerous obscure 501c organizations. You go, bitch! You go! Do you know that a camera operator on the FBI surveillance aircraft flying over Kenosha testified in court with the cameras off, admitting they had destroyed the high-resolution video of Kyle's shooting despite being aware of its content? No, bitch! Spill it! Interestingly, after the assistant U.S. attorney objected from the gallery, the parties met with the judge in chambers. As a result, the testimony was stricken from record and the camera operator left through the back door. What could they have been so desperate to conceal? Remember what administration was in office at the time? The Trump administration. Interesting. So Kyle, like the coward he is, fled the next morning and found solace in the open arms of far-right political operatives. I made every effort to provide him an opportunity for a future unmarred by hate, tragedy, and death. Ultimately, he made his own decisions and embarked on his chosen path. The mainstream media didn't make Kyle throw away the opportunity for a better future. The liberals didn't make Kyle throw away the opportunity for a better future. Wokeness didn't make Kyle throw away an opportunity for a better future. The political right had other plans for Kyle's future. Damn. When I initially agreed to assist Kyle in presenting a strong defense, it was prior to learning most of the information I now possess about him. I was aware of the significant issues with the trial, but only discovered the full extent and gravity of these problems after its conclusion. I did not consent to be involved in any cover-up or conspiracy. Here are 5 of my most significant concerns. Multiple FOIA requests to the FBI were denied. It required an appeal directly to Merrick Garland, along with obtaining flight records from the FAA to force the turnover of the surveillance video. Number 2, the FBI's high-resolution video of the shooting was destroyed. Wow. And the camera operator's testimony was expunged from the record. Kyle's phone, in the custody of the DA, was not searched for evidence, preventing the examination of his messages and other social media accounts like Snapchat. Number 4, the DA never attempted to obtain the commercial drone video, despite a clip of the shooting being aired on Tucker Carlson's show. Number 5, why was Judge Schroeder's daughter allegedly trying to entrap fact witnesses with offers of drinks and cocaine during the trial? Yo! David has the tea. David has the fucking tea. Like, he is a fucking whistleblower. Like, straight up. He's just like, nope. For those curious, this is going back to the guy who's posting this. That was David's words. Now we're going to the other guy. So anyways, he's saying, for those curious, David Hancock had a pretty active role in Kyle's trial and was also practically his life coach at the time, trying to get Kyle to take the not guilty verdict and use it as an opportunity to accept the scholarships he had been given to go to the university and turn his life around. Instead, Rittenhouse is far too deep in the sauce and has decided to try his life as a conservative grifter. Kyle Rittenhouse is ultimately just another victim of the conservative propaganda machine. He's told that mental health help is for pansies, drops out of school to pursue his gun fetish, gets taken in as a messaging tool, and nothing else, existing to be used for the benefit of politicians, and then once he stops serving his purpose, they'll drop him without a second thought. God damn. Fuck yeah, he totally is a political tool. He's a straight up puppet. And it's so sad because, like I said, it's like you find out he's stupid, but not in the sense that he knows better. He really doesn't know any better. He really is dumb. And he's in the hands of those people. And that's the kind of people they want. I mean, the kid had a 10 out of a 99 on this simple test in which most people without studying will score a 50, and you have to pass 30 to get it. You can get a high score of 99 to get into to get into the Marines. You needed to get a 30 or higher. The highest score you can get is 99. On average, high school educated people can make around a score of 50 without studying. So it's like the easiest fucking test to get into the Marines. Kyle's own image crafter has implied that Kyle made less than a 10 on the test. With questions like this. NaCl is more commonly known as, well, you got nickel chlorine, you got pepper, you got salt, you got sugar. Hello? And then, like, another question, if there are 3 quarts of gas in a gallon container, how full is the container? Well, 75%. Like, could you just imagine getting shit like this wrong? Hey, Susan. Susan, God, Susan never is here for the best parts of, like... Anyways. Good to see you, Susan. No, but this is the simplest of tests that Kyle Rittenhouse did not pass. And now he's not able to get into the Marines. And his handler, his original, like, image crafter, shaper, the guy who tried to coach him for over 200 fucking hours, as it says they did here, it failed because they gave him an opportunity to have a scholarship to any college he wanted, studying any subject he wanted. And he didn't want to do that. Kyle wanted to just piss black people off. That was it. And pursue his gun fetish. And so this guy is whistleblowing. He's saying Kyle Rittenhouse is not only a piece of shit, but he's stupid. In a literal sense. He shouldn't be allowed in the Marines because he killed civilians. Oh no, he's perfect for the Marines because he killed a civilian. But he can't even pass the most basic of things. So he's He's not even competent enough to be in the Marines. And honestly, it's like, I feel like he would just romanticize that idea. I think Kyle Rittenhouse romanticizes the idea of being a Marine, but I don't think he actually has what it takes to be told what to do. Because when you go into the Marines, there's no you anymore. There's no individuality. You're a piece of property and you do as told. I don't think he would like that environment, frankly, after a while. They don't let murderers in the Marines, but his trial ended where the verdict was that he was innocent. So technically, on paper, he's not a murderer. So that, like I see what you said, like technically, he's not a murderer on paper. His trial says that he was innocent. You and I know, and the rest of us know, that obviously he crossed state lines just to murder. And as this whistleblower pointed out too, the FBI's high-resolution video of the shooting was destroyed, and the camera operator's testimony was expunged from the record. And that was at the time that Trump was in order. The DA never attempted to obtain the commercial drone video despite a clip of the shooting being aired on Tucker Carlson's show. Like, hello. Philip says, I'll never forget the amazing memes of Kyle Rittenhouse, like, crying on the stand. and they did this thing. We gotta look it up. Oh, wait, no. I want to see more. Let's see, let's go here. God, there's something itchy in my back. Kyle Rittenhouse crying. Yeah, this'll never...
Once I take that step back, I look over my shoulder and Mr. Rosenbaum was now running from my right side, and I was cornered from in front of me with Mr. Zeminski, and there were three people right there.
Pretty sure that man's never experienced an emotion in his life other than like rage and sadism. So like this, it's like, and it's so, I think it was it Ben? No, it wasn't Ben Shapiro. Who was it? Steven Crowder, I think, was the one who was like, those are real tears. That's real. It's like, no. Are you kidding? Now, everybody is different in the way they like express like sadness, but like this looks like he's experiencing distress for the first fucking time. And I don't get the sense that he's crying over what he's saying. I get the sense that he's just stressed about like trying to be convincing. Right? It's so, like, even for his age at the time, that seems like such a, like, a juvenile, like, way to, like, react. Like, it doesn't, I don't know. That just...
And there were... There were... people right there.
Please. I feel like there's a hair in my shirt.
That's what That's what I run.
I don't know. It's like when you're dealing with a toddler and they're like really upset that they can't like do something, so they like set it up. I don't know if any of you have had. I'm not a parent, like, but I've had plenty of babysitting experiences and stuff like that, to where like little kids, they'll do that. Like if they get frustrated that they can't do something, like they'll set it up. Like they will ham it up just to like make you think like they're in such distress that you have to cave in, right? I'm sure Laura knows. Yeah, it's just like, it just seems like a little kid that's like trying to get away with like what they want on Crocodile Tea. Hey, Cassie, what's up, Queen?
We're gonna just take time for our break anyway. You can just relax for a minute, sir. We're going to take a break about 10 minutes, and please don't talk about the case during the break.
So I mean, that's pretty much it with Kyle Rittenhouse. Is there's David Hancock, who is part of trying to coach him and give him an opportunity to get out of it. And from what it sounds like, because David Hancock says if he knew knew then what he did now, he wouldn't have supported him so much, because he found out the FBI did destroy some evidence and that it was very painted, and just like they tried their best to just like, I mean, in David's mind, he was trying to give Kyle Rittenhouse an opportunity to move beyond this and go to college, get educated, and become a better person out of this. And frankly, it's kind of a sad lost opportunity, because on the flip side, if Kyle Rittenhouse wasn't this way, how awesome would it be that he, even if he, had the same trial result, that he came out and was just like, you know what, this really sucks, and I don't believe in that, and I don't condone gun violence and all that, and been like an anti-gun activist. That would have been fucking amazing. That would have been really powerful, like for him to take that direction and go that route. But that's not what happened, unfortunately. As is proven through actual documentation, that this guy is whistleblowing on it. Like there's documentation that Kyle Rittenhouse is so undereducated, it's like, it's beyond sad. Like, it's not like he's just has stupid ideas. He's just genuinely just severely undereducated, like to the point of like a 10-year-old. Like, there's 10-year-olds smarter than Kyle Rittenhouse. He's too dumb for the Marines. He couldn't even pass the basic test to get into the Marines, and he is permanently disqualified from ever applying for the Marines again. So Kyle Rittenhouse does not have a future. He doesn't have a future. He really got his 15 minutes, and they're over. And it's going to be interesting to see what happens to Kyle Rittenhouse from now on, because he has nowhere to go. And as David Hancock says, he's being used by right-wing extremist Christo-fascists. And eventually Kyle Rittenhouse is not going to be a useful tool anymore. And when he's not a useful tool, he's going to be thrown to the wayside. He's going to end up alone, broke, and miserable. And well, sometimes people just can't fucking be helped. I'm sorry to say, look, I always have hope for everybody to progress and grow, but sometimes people just have iterations, like life iterations, where it's like, this is it. Like, this is it for you. Like, better luck next round. Philip says those are the guys who are so desperate to be in the military, they'll buy some uniforms and walk around in the mall to get compliments and things for serving from some... Yeah, like stolen valor is what they call it. Like actual people who have served in the military get really fucking offended about that stuff. That's a huge no, to pretend to be in the military and get, like, they call it stolen valor. Like, don't fucking do that. That's like the worst thing you can put. Like, you are an absolute cretin if you do that. Yeah, very sad. My God, I have to pee again. All right, friends. That's the end of that section. There's really not more to say. Kyle Rittenhouse has been exposed as an extreme loser and a tool. It's not totally surprising. I guess it's more relieving to have that confirmation, especially from somebody who worked so closely with him, like literally over 200 hours. And yeah. So next, my friends, we're going to cover some personal beef. I think we're going to get into the beef. Should we get into the beef? Should we get into the beef? This is going to be fun, trust me. Oh yeah, you can get all sorts of military stuff, like from military surplus stores. I have a duffel bag, big ass duffel bag from a military surplus store. It's huge. You could fit like a whole body in there. Where's the beef? That old ass lady from those old commercials. Where's the beef? We never have beef. I never have beef. This is why I'm just like, let's go, bitch. Like, I never have beef. Personal beef with me and other people? No. I always cover pieces of shit all the time. Never have I had the opportunity to actually, like, let's go. Let's get a little messy. I'm a messy bitch. Let's have at it. Let's do a little confrontation here. Honestly, I wouldn't give a shit about this guy that I just randomly argued with on Twitter if I had not, like, at the very end of it all, after the argument, and we'll get into the argument, but after the argument, I clicked on this guy's profile on Twitter, and I was just like, my mouth dropped and my eyes widened, because I'm like, this is awful. Like, awful, like, I'm in a mix of, like, this guy's so fucking awful and horrible that I'm like, I can't not share this with you. Like, I have to. And just wait till you fucking see it. Philip says, speaking of beef, did you look into the upcoming red heifer sacrifice in Israel? Might be interesting to talk about. Talked about Susan Zuroff about it. Oh no, I have no idea what that is. What are they just gonna, like, slaughter a bunch of cows and, like, as a way to, like, I don't know, help their war efforts through their voodoo magic? Let's do a poll. Well, no. I'm going to choose for you. I have to pee. Stay here. Don't go anywhere. I got to pee. I'll be right back. Don't go anywhere, okay? Okay. 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 Let's get rid of this. My final thoughts on David Hancock. Actually, I'm going to follow because I'm really interested. I find it interesting that during all of his experience, he became so disillusioned to the right-wing grift. And he's just like highly against it. I don't know what his other ideas about life are. I really don't know. You know, when I follow somebody or I like somebody, like, I can never actually say I agree with them 100%, right? I don't think that's how life works. When you are a fan of a content creator or just like when you follow somebody online, I think it's safe to say, and I wish some people would realize that, it's not an indication that you completely agree with that person 100%. So I have no idea what else this guy is about, but so far his thoughts about Kyle Rittenhouse and that whole thing, I'm down with it. Go King. Like, thank you for the information. I'm going to follow him. And, you know, there we go. Like, I like what he's saying about Kyle Rittenhouse. The P screen is the best on the World Wide Web. Thank you. And I'm always open for more. The P screen is brought to you by viewers like you who contribute the P screen art. So thank you everyone who has contributed to the P screen. I welcome artists, creators, anybody to contribute to the P screen. You can make a video. You can make a GIF, and you can make a photo. You generate something. If you want to do that and get it to me in a message, that would be wonderful. Anyways, shout out to David Hancock. Don't know what else you're into, dude, or like what else you believe in stuff, but the fact that you are so anti-Kyle Rittenhouse and you have all the receipts and all the tea on what a piece of shit he is, I'm down with that. Good show. Now, friends, my audio is still out of sync. I don't know how to fix that. Like, I really don't. It wasn't always like this. No. Can I fiddle with something again? Is it the filters? No, it's not the filters. Filters are fine. Oh, I'm just kind of odd. There's kind of like the sync offset thing that I'm playing with, but it doesn't seem to be working. Like, no matter what I do. I don't know if it actually... It's like it doesn't help no matter what setting I put it on. I'm going to have to look into that. So for until then, the audio is just going to have to be kind of off. Is there a microphone on that? See, it doesn't matter what microphone I do. So maybe it isn't my microphone. Maybe it's the camera. Use custom audio device. Let's see. Do you do that instead? Does that work? Actually, I think that actually like fixed it pretty well. Yeah, I think that did. Oh, yeah. I think it's fixed. I think it's fixed, y'all. I think I fixed it. Does this seem in sync? Does this seem in sync? Does this seem in sync? Okay, no. Anyways, so, friends. I recently got into some beef with a comedian on Twitter. This comedian by the name Willie Johnson, who lives in Utah, is a stand-up comedian, apparently. Older gentleman. Mormon. Has a very interesting line of conservative styled comedy. Recently, him and I got into some beef about the topic of Joseph Smith. Now, it started off with somebody talking about, I think, the subject of Joseph Smith having multiple wives at the time, and some of those wives being very fucking young. I think the youngest on record is 14. So, to a lot of ex-Mormons, they recognize this is a kind of a big factor that makes them leave, is the fact that Joseph Smith pretty much did, coerced and manipulated young girls into being involved with him on a marital way, and, doing all those marital physical activities. Now, I took some screenshots of that shit, and so we're gonna go over the conversation we went back and forth, because the way he approached this really rubbed me the wrong way. Now, I want to put it out there. I don't think arguing with people on Twitter or conversing with facts of people on Twitter, I don't think that's the end all and be all of I don't think I'm changing the world with this, right? So it doesn't matter in that sense, but the subject of it matters to me. And that's why I'm invested in this. So let's start off with, I have to reference my phone because I swear all the screen caps got mixed out of order. So it starts off, there's a ex-Mormon that I like, called C. Willard Smoot. Said, Mormons are the ancestors of the dumbest people from every town that Joseph Smith proselytized. Yeah. I mean, the whole point was Joseph Smith at the time that he started the church lived in an area of America that was already ripe with evangelicals and just prophecies of the end and join our church and repent and this, that, and the other. He just took advantage of the situation of very gullible people. So anyway, that's true. It's worded very harshly, but hey. So anyways, Willie Johnson comedy. This is our guy, okay? Pay attention. So he says, nice slander, zero truth, sick hater. To whom did Joseph Smith send the original missionaries? I don't know why he's obsessed with that. He's asked me this before directly, if I know who the original missionaries were. And I don't know why. I have yet to figure out his obsession with that. So he's like, now you can clean the filth of your mind. So I chimed in because I just wanted to chime in. At this point, the conversation had nothing to do with me. I just wanted to. I'm like, here we go. I just want to chime in, okay? So I said Joseph Smith was a power hungry sexual deviant. He wanted pussy and power and nothing more. There's gonna be the R word showed. I don't know if that's gonna get me demonetized. So anyways, and some other people, some other ex-Mormons were backing me up. So if you see this guy Rattle, pretty cool, by the way, backed me up quite a lot. I like Rattle. So anyways, Willie says those are some pretty bold claims to be making without any proof whatsoever. Please. Now, mind you, as he's saying no proof whatsoever, it's on record, plain as day, that Joseph Smith had a 14-year-old wife. And we're talking about statutory R wording here. At least that's what I mean. So anyways, so he says, please give us the definition of R wording in Ohio and Illinois and Iowa and Missouri in 1820 to 1840. Of course, you have no idea what the definition of R wording was at that time in any of those states. So here we have a claim that we're making as ex-Mormons that Joseph Smith did in fact, R word young women, but we don't mean it in like the direct violent way. We mean it in the statutory way, in the coercion and manipulative way, especially through religion and financial circumstances even. And this guy wants to focus on the strict definition of R wording in Ohio and Illinois and Iowa and Missouri between 1820 and 1840. So right off the bat, I'm realizing that his whole idea is that whatever Joseph Smith did to those young girls at the time, it technically was not considered R wording. And that's his premise. And I'm just like, So I went through and I first said, not this top part, but I first said, so because you can't find a literary definition of R wording back in the time, it didn't exist at all? And at this point, I was being spicy. I'm like, sir, you have zero concept of what understanding reality or understanding history from today's knowledge means. None. Mormons don't grasp real history well. I probably didn't need to word it that stuff in the end. But my point is that just because at some point in history there was no strict definitions of something like R wording at the time, doesn't mean that it was okay to do. And I don't think he gets that. And here's some interesting information too. I actually looked up consensual laws and ideas about statutory R wording. Back in the early 1800s, there was no such thing in the government, like they're in the courts. Like, it's true. So he is right to a degree. And what's funny is I found out later that this guy is actually like used to be a criminal lawyer. So no wonder he's actually making a criminal lawyer styled argument on behalf of Joseph Smith. Like, Your Honor, there was technically no definition of the term back then. Therefore, my client is innocent. That's pretty much his thing. So at that time that he's talking about between 1820 and 1840, it's true there was a young consensual age. But what normally happened back then was that young people were marrying other young people. And when it came to older men marrying young girls, that was still frowned upon. And even in the sense where the older man takes advantage of the young girl in that R-wordy way, it's kind of like that shotgun situation because they're so religious. Like, well, you defile my daughter, but fuck you, you have to marry my daughter now, like, because this can't be done in vain. So technically, statutory R wording wasn't a court issue. It wasn't in the legal system. However, it was still frowned upon and it was still handled through mobs, town mobs. If somebody R worded a young girl, there was a town mob. And in fact, Joseph Smith, there's an infamous story where Joseph Smith was dragged out of his home and he was tarred and feathered. And he did survive that, which is pretty incredible. But what Mormons teach you, like what the church teaches, like what they taught me and what they teach us all, is that he was dragged out of his home, tarred and feathered for his religious ideals. That's not the truth. The truth is Joseph Smith was dragged out of his home and tarred and feathered because he was fucking around with a 16-year-old and proposed to her. And now that 16-year-old did end up marrying him, but again, this is what we see as coercion. And that. So it's like, and then keep in mind, we're talking about a period between 1820 and 1840. Statutory R-wording laws were established in 1850, which means that it was significant of a problem enough to make a law about it. But my boy Willie doesn't understand this. He's not thinking about that. He's thinking with his, like, lawyer brain, whatever he has, and he's thinking, well, like, how do I defend my client, right? Well, technically there was no definition of such a thing, so how could my client have done that, right? Let's see. My boy Rattle saying, I'm in an awe as if morality depends on less and not this. Okay, this, that, and the other. So Willie is like just saying, oh, you're using the R word. Now everyone knows you don't know what you're talking about. You're just filled with hate. I wanted to focus on this sentence. You're just filled with hate. So in Willie's mind, we're just simply hating the church and we're just making up lies and painting Joseph Smith in this light because we're just full of hate. Now keep that in your, remember how I tell you to keep bookmarks of things? There was this time where he was saying, let's see. Is it this one? Yeah. He's like, this is in response to when I said, you don't know what it means. Like, you don't grasp history really well. And so he told me, you think you're smarter than everyone else. We've all seen people who go down this path. Does not end well. And I've said, I think I'm smarter than you. Okay. That just being a little saucy. Let's get back into him continuing. So he tells me words have meaning. In 1830, any post-menstrual female would not be considered a child. You're so desperate to defame and disparage. Were the boys mean to you at young men's? Okay, bitch. This is where I'm like, okay, bitch. First of all, words do have meaning. Yeah, anyways. So he's saying that in 1830, any post-menstrual female would not be considered a child. Okay, kids can start their period as soon as 8 years old. So what the fuck are you talking to me that suddenly you're magically not a child anymore when you start menstruating? Is that not a concerning point of view? That's really fucking concerning to me. Because young kids can start their menstruation pretty fucking young. So what you're saying is the moment you're able to bear a child, you're an adult now. Now, in some senses, yes. But is that right societally? And anyways, he's telling me that I'm so desperate to defame and disparage. Yeah, I'm defaming and disparaging. And then this comment right here saying, "Were the boys mean to you at young men's?" Okay, he thinks I went to young men's. Young men's and young women's was the adolescent groups inside the Mormon church that did activities and stuff. So what he's saying is I must have been bullied by boys. And that's why I'm so hateful. Dude, this gets better. Just wait. This is just the beginning. Wait till we get past this. Wait till we take this argument and just set it aside and look at the real fucking, look at what's on the plate, because this gets better. And keep in mind, while I'm talking to this guy, I have not once clicked on his profile. I'm just talking to an icon to me. I'm just talking to an icon. So anyways, I respond to him. I said, you'll only say words have meaning because you are searching desperately for the ones that support your feelings that Joseph Smith did not manipulate children into sleeping with him. Words do have meaning, and yours are really gross. That actually was pretty good. Anyways. Let's see. More R words. So he's back to this where he says, you use the R word. Now everyone knows you don't know what you're talking about. You're just filled with hate. And I said, and you're filled with R word support. And he says, you still have not given a definition of R wording in the 1830s in the relevant states. And I just said, Joseph Smith religiously manipulated children into sleeping with him. Just because he slipped through technicalities doesn't mean it was moral or right. The point has sailed so far over your head. And I also brought up some other points too, like the history I just told you. Like I actually did get into, how no, there wasn't a technical legal issue of it in the courts. The courts didn't handle the issues of statutory R wording, but it was handled by town mobs. So even though it wasn't a legal problem, it was still a societal problem, and society heavily frowned upon it. And yeah, there was mobs. We would, as I said, Joseph Smith did get tarred and feathered for fucking around and proposing to a 16-year-old. They didn't like that. So never mind this. Okay, so never mind all this. All right. This was all last night, and this morning I woke up to just this. And he's talking about me right here. And this is because he didn't actually engage in any of the conversation. He just told me to give him a definition of what R wording was at that time. And I explained that the first statutory R wording laws came about in 1850, very shortly after Joseph Smith was doing all that shit. So it was a very big problem that was happening in enough places where the government decided to step in. Pretty interesting, huh? So he's talking about me. He says, don't believe anything this loser says. He just makes it up as he goes. No hesitation to lie. This is total hate-based deception. Keep that in mind, please. Just keep that in your minds from this guy. Hate-based deception. And possibly even mental illness. So at this point, I'm like, I'm not going to respond to this, but I'm like, who is this guy? So I'm like, let me just click on his profile and see what he's about. Let me just take a look. And I was expecting just like some run-of-the-mill situation, but oh no. My friends, I am telling you, this is just the beginning. If you're disgusted by what this guy is trying to say so far, grab a drink and sit down, because it's about to get way intense. I took a look at his profile and his content today, and I'm just like, what? Allow us to judge. This gets so much. This guy having personal beef with moi, who couldn't actually talk about the conversation of what statutory R wording laws were at the time and how they became and developed. But nah, okay, so I go to his Twitter and I'm scrolling down and I realize, social unchanged agent. Okay, let's see. Willie Johnson, and he's a comedian. He's also a social unchanged agent. I'm scrolling down, all this shit. Anyway, scrolling down, and I came across this video, and I'm like, what the fuck is this? So then I find out that he's a stand-up comedian in Utah. He has a YouTube. He has an Instagram. He has, this Twitter. And he even has his own fan club populated only by him. This gets better. So I'm scrolling down. I'm seeing him make comments like this. Out of curiosity, how many blacks celebrate White History Month? Good, right? I also found out, if you go up and you go to click on likes, you can see everything he likes. This is a comment he made to me. He liked his own comment. There's one like on his own comment, and it's him. Other things he likes. Straight pride. It's natural, it's worked for thousands of years, and you can make babies. Okay. I did notice that he's anti-Israel, pro-Palestinian. Interesting. He's really into concepts of like media mind control, stuff like that. Okay, never mind this. Let's go to his YouTube. So Willie Johnson, the man who's called me out or says that I'm mentally ill, looks like this. First of all. Okay, if we're going to get into ad hominem. There was another comment where he made again that I couldn't find, and I don't know if he deleted it, but he said something along the lines, bringing up again the fact that, or not the fact that, he's like, you must have been bullied by other young men in church, and that made you feel femme, which was pretty much a long-winded way of calling me a faggot. Anyways, I was scrolling down his YouTube content, and I saw this. Do not impregnate a hoe. My man, Willie, the guy I just argued with on Twitter, who's a R-word apologist, a Joseph Smith apologist for involving himself in, like, young girls, has put a video on YouTube titled, Do Not Impregnate a Hoe. Let's hear what he has to say. And I'm going to have to turn on captions because his audio quality is so shitty and I have no idea what the blue drape is behind there. I mean, and this is what's going to... Okay, like seriously, you're in for the long haul. This is going to be my whole night. And yes, I am going to make a spectacle of this man because when I personally get called mentally ill by this... I'm not done, sir. You might be done. I'm not done with you, Willie.
Our next question today comes from Jared in Harriman. Jared states, Dear Willie, I'm 20 years old. My parents taught us to avoid sexual immorality at all costs, and to keep sexual relations within the bonds of matrimony. But I have strong sexual urges and I want to have sex with multiple women, and there are plenty of them available. What should I do? Jared, have you thought about what would happen if you impregnated a hoe? Think about that for a minute.
The kid's question was, the kid specifically asked about what he should do with his desire to sleep with multiple women. And the first thing Willie goes to is, well, they're hoes. Totally missing the part where this kid is a hoe. This kid is saying, I have hoe feelings. I want to be a hoe. And this man's like, well, the women, though. Am I right, women? Also, what is this guy like? Just honestly, look at him and listen to like the sound of his voice. He is not allowed to say the word hoe. He's just not allowed. And I love how he was preaching to me. Remember I told you to keep a bookmark about him telling me that I'm hateful? He said that multiple times, that I'm just being hateful. Is it not hateful to describe women as hoes? Because to me that seems like a cowardly, disrespectful thing to do. And to me, it completely show, like, it's almost like right off the bat, without having to dive into this, he hates women. Also, is he married?
Think about what your options are. All bad. Option number one is to marry that hoe so that you will be present to protect your flesh and blood. But this is a terrible option because you end up being married to a hoe who you don't even love, and you're only there to protect that child. Everybody knows that it's always the mom's new boyfriend who hurts the children, burns them with propane torches.
Oh my God. This is Andrew Tate when he's 90. This is going to be Andrew Tate when he's 90 years old. Straight up.
Married to a hoe.
We are looking into the future of Andrew Tate.
Who you don't even love, and you're only there to protect that child. Everybody knows that it's always the mom's new boyfriend who hurts the children, burns them with propane torches, all kinds of horrible things.
What the fuck? What is he reading? What is he talking about? How, like, moms get new boyfriends and then they burn kids with propane torches? Like, what is he referring to? Like, a specific, like, incident that he learned of? Or, like, that's so oddly specific.
Option number two is to just run away, but that's not a good option because they will hunt you down and you will end up paying child support for up to the next 22 years or more. Option number three is to try to get custody of the kid, but that isn't going to work because you're young and you don't have money to pay lawyers. And she will get free lawyers courtesy of the taxpayers. Jared, there are a lot of top quality women out there. You do not have to settle for a street hoe. You're much better off
A street hoe?
to follow the advice of your parents and get a top quality woman. Of course, the question of how do you get a top quality woman is addressed in one of my other videos.
I bet you $1,000 that Jared is not real and this motherfucker Willie made him up just so he could express those feelings. Do we have proof of who's Jared?
Encourage you to look at that video and think about it. Think hard about how you can get a top quality woman in your life.
Sir, you're in a vest. Oh, we're not done watching this guy. Oh, lock in, chat. Lock in. Because I'm going to fucking pester this man until he blocks me. Let's look at some of his other things. Let's see. Make big money, get a good husband, how to get a good wife, how to get a good husband. Another, I don't know what this is. 1/17/23. That must be the date he uploaded. Hoe. Another thing about hoes. Yo, what happened, man? Did a hoe break his heart? Now, for the record, I am very hoe positive. I love hoes and self-proclaimed hoes. Like, I would never refer to somebody as a hoe, but if somebody came up to me and was like, I'm a hoe, guess who I slept with last night? I'm gonna be like, bitch, who? Like, I want to know. Like, I'm all about it. Like, I'm totally, like, sex positive in that sense. Like, if somebody wants to be promiscuous, that's their business. It doesn't decrease their value. And this guy, Willie definitely thinks that if women have multiple sex partners, he definitely thinks that degrades their value because he doesn't think about women as people. He thinks about them as objects. So let's listen to more about Willie and hoes. Hi, Elise. You gotta
Our next
just...
question today comes from Jared in Harriman.
I'm sorry. This editing... This editing... First of all, the blue wall. Second of all, this text. And then just like... Bro, you edited this. Like, what the fuck? This just came out like last year too, mind you. This isn't like this guy. He made it like last year, but this looks like he made it 20 years ago.
Our next question today comes from Jared in Harriman. Jared states, Dear Willie, I'm 20 years old. My parents...
Oh wait, it's the same video. It's the same video.
taught us to avoid sexual immorality at all.
It's the same fucking video. Bro, you uploaded the same video on your YouTube. What the fuck? Okay. Oh, he did it for a lot of them. He uploaded these twice. Okay. All right, how to get a good husband. I think I watched this briefly earlier. I had to save all of it, like most of this for you. Here we go again.
Welcome. Our first question today is from Misty, who lives in Chesterfield. Hi,
Misty.
Willie. I'm 20 years old. My mom was married.
These people are not Will. I mean, no, Will. These people are not real. They're not real. Because the way he's reading these comments, it's written like an old school, like, call-in forum that you see, like, late at night when you want to call in and talk about, like, music or something. Like, you know, like, video television forums. Like, this is... He made this shit up. Nobody's asking him this shit. Nobody's asking him anything. I am willing to put everything I know on the line to bet that this man made these fucking people up. Becca says, you can't tell me these 20-year-olds are asking him for life advice. No shit! What 20-year-old is looking at this man and going, like a fucking Zoomer? Really? Like the generation younger than me is gonna look at this guy and be like, gee, Willie, can you tell me how to get a good husband? Hi, Willie. I'm looking for a good wife. Can you tell me what to do? This ain't real. Dude, and this guy says that I'm a hateful deceiver. He's making this shit up just so he can say his opinion. Who are these people? I would love to actually see them come forward. I want these people. Who is Jared? Who is Misty? I want you both to come forward right now.
3 times and brought bad men into our home. It was terrible.
Let's see. Heretical response says, I'm going to troll him. No, don't. Absolutely. In fact, I'm going to say it right now. I do not condone any of you going out and doing anything to this guy whatsoever, okay? I had some beef back and forth with him. The beef is with me. I do not condone any of my chatters or viewers going out and interacting with this person. I don't condone that. I'm not behind it. Obviously, I can't tell people what to do. People are going to do whatever they want, but I want it on the record. I do not condone that. I would never, ever support my chatters and followers going out on behalf of me. Right? Like, I don't support that on the record. I do not encourage anybody to contact this man. Anyways, back to Willie.
I want my future to include a good husband and a happy and stable family. How do I get a...
Oh, let's see. Do we have the... Nobody... Listen to the way this question is framed. There's no way there's some young girl named Misty asking him this. He made this up. It sounds like an NPC.
Today is from Misty, who lives in Chesterfield.
Misty's an NPC.
Hi, Willie. I'm 20 years old. My mom was married 3 times and brought bad men into our home. It was terrible. I want my future to include a good husband and a happy and stable family. How do I get a good man? Well, Misty, you don't go out and get a good man. It doesn't work that way in Mother Nature.
Where's my captions?
Almost all women, the best possible path is to go out.
I'm sorry, I couldn't find my captions. There's no captions for this? Okay, I gotta, sorry. Lock in. I'm like, I gotta pay attention. Lock in.
You don't go out and get a good man. It doesn't work that way in Mother Nature.
In Mother Nature, okay.
For almost all women, the best possible path is to go out and find a young man who has potential. At that point, it's your job to use your special woman powers to turn that young man into a success story.
What?
You do this through loving him, coaching him, encouraging him every step of the way.
Magic women powers? Did he really just say that? Okay, so he's saying if you want a good husband, you need to go out and find a young man with potential, and you need to use your magic women powers. And what? And what?
Turn that young man into a success story.
So you, as a woman, have to use your magical woman powers and turn that young man with potential into a success stories?
You do this through loving him, coaching him, encouraging him every step of the way. And if you are successful in this, then you end up financially secure.
Bro, women who are looking for a husband are looking for a husband, not a fucking child. Women are not responsible for your development, you fucking man-child. They're not responsible for you turning yourself into a success. You have to turn yourself into a success story. Men have to coach themselves. Men have to learn emotional fucking awareness, emotional intelligence. They have to manage their emotions. They have to work on themselves. You can't rely on magic women powers to do that for you. That's not how that works. And frankly, Willie, this is man-child attitude. You want a woman to baby you and coddle you and love you and coach you and make you the man that you think that you want to be. That's your responsibility, my guy. And from your age, it looks like you missed that fucking boat. So the best you can do is make up scenarios where these fucking NPC kids are asking you about how to get a good husband, just so you can express the fact that you lost that opportunity. Magic women powers. Is that what you wish happened to you, Willie? Did you wish that a woman would have swooped you up because you felt you had potential? Like, what happened to Willie? Yeah, let's talk about that. What happened to Willie? What experience did Willie have with women that made him think like this? And he is Mormon too. Let's keep that in mind. Thank you so much, Becca. By the way, the dunce cap emoji is really appropriate here, just so you all know. Magic woman powers. So in his mind, women are women are responsible for the corruption of men in that case too? Like, women are responsible for the outcome of men? For a Mormon guy, honestly, that's kind of putting more power in the hands of women, like, and in such a way, like, I don't think he realizes what he's doing here.
With a great husband and a happy family. Use your special women powers that Heavenly Father gave you. You are capable of raising 15 to 20 children.
The fuck?
I'm not suggesting you should do that. I'm just suggesting that you have that power within you. Let that power come alive. Let that power turn you into the type of woman who can control her destiny and become a wonderful wife and mother.
All right, ladies, you heard it. Get using your special woman powers. Ladies in the chat, what do you feel about the idea of having special woman powers? Do you feel like you have special woman powers? And do you think you should be using your special woman powers? Like, do you think you're responsible for other men's self-development? Don't be a hoe, raise a Joe. Like, ladies, what do you think about this? Heretical response says mommy issues? You think? Yo! You think his mother had him out of wedlock and this is why he's like so fucking uptight about this shit? Something had to have happened. Something happened to Willie. Something happened to Willie. Cassie says my special woman powers include resting bitch face. We're not done here, kids. Like, we're not done. I don't care if this is going to split into two parts. Like, I am not done with this man. This is going to be a character, and I'm going to keep following up on him because he dared trifle with me. Anyways, how to get a good wife. Okay, let's listen to this other NPC character. Ask him about how to get a good wife.
Our next question today is from David. David writes, Dear Willie,
Nobody's writing like that. He's acting like kids are writing him letters. They're not writing him letters. They don't write like this. They don't talk like this. This isn't real. This is so obviously not real. When does the comedy start? Oh, just wait until we get into the comedy. I'm telling you, this is a treasure trove. This is a treasure trove of atrocity. And I am not done with this man until I say I'm done, until the fat lady sings.
I want to marry a top quality woman. I want to have a happy life with her. How do I get such a woman? Well, David, it doesn't work that way. You don't go out and get a top quality woman. The only person who is going to get the top quality woman is the man who is worthy of a top quality woman. Therefore, your job is to take some time and some brain power and come up with a list of all of those qualities that would make a man worthy of having a top quality woman. Then your job is to turn yourself into that man.
Laura.
Once you have turned yourself into that man who is worthy, you don't have to go out and find a wife. A wife will find you. Because every woman has a mom and sisters and aunts, and every one of those women are continually on.
That's not true. Some women don't have sisters. Some women don't have aunts.
The lookout for a good husband, for their beloved daughter, sister, niece,
this is such
whatever.
a nothing burger of
Once
like
you achieve the status of being a worthy man,
suggestion.
rest assured, a good wife will find you. What are the qualities? That is up to you to find out, and it varies from person to person. But at the minimum, we have the following qualities. Number one, you can't be a man-ho.
This is not real. Number one, you can't be a man-ho. I need to make a meme with this man's face and just that. Just number one, you can't be. Fellas, stop with the hoeing. This is like Christmas for me. You guys don't understand how fucking magical this is. That this man, this of all men, started beef with me. And I was done. I was done with the argument. I wasn't even going to respond. I'm just like, let me take a look at this guy and see what he's all about. And this! Mark says, I'll try to guard my honor. Don't be a hoe, Mark. For fuck's sakes. Your father.
Number two, you have to be scrupulously honest.
No, I have to go back because the way he says man-ho.
You to find out, and it varies from person to person. But at the minimum, we have the following qualities. Number one, you can't be a man-ho. Number two, you have to be scrupulously...
Mark, I was feeling a little slutty earlier, but it passed. I'm feeling a little slutty now, honestly. I now want a t-shirt that says man-ho.
Honest. You have to be an actual honest human being. And you can't be the kind of person that paws on women. That is an absolute no-no.
Wait, what?
And you have to have a good earning capacity. So, David, you now have your task. Go turn yourself into the kind of man that a top-quality woman is going to want to spend the...
That's so vague. Like, what do you mean by top-quality woman? What the fuck does that... Like, there's so much more conversation to this. Like, it's like this guy's trying to be philosophical, but he can't fucking... Yo, we're not done. Let's start listening to his comedy.
For step two, you carefully and subtly steer the conversation to more intimate.
Okay, so this joke is about romance. This is a romance joke. Okay, let's listen to this guy's romance joke.
For step two, you carefully and subtly steer the conversation to more intimate topics. Like, first kiss, first crush, first intimate moment. And so the guy's going, tell me about your first kiss. And she's going, well, I was in second grade. And our neighbor, Mr. Johnson, he used to give us 25 cents for a lip kiss. And 50 cents for a full tongue kiss. So I knew that was not gonna be well received. And
That's the joke. That's the joke. That's the joke, my friends. Haha. Let's listen to another joke.
And you know, that famous comedian Jeff Foxworthy has, you're a redneck if this. In Utah, we have, you're off the gospel path if this.
Okay, so right now he's saying, he's talking about the one comedian, and he always had these jokes like, you're a redneck if. So now Willie's trying to say a Utah version of the joke.
And you know, the famous comedian Jeff Foxworthy has, you're a redneck if this. In Utah, we have, you're off the gospel path if this. And you're off the gospel path. You need to start the club. You're off the gospel path if you get roofied and wake up in a low-grade motel with a bleeding anus. Because let's get real, if you're a hardcore gospel liver, that really reduces your risk. I mean, it could happen. You're at the Ward Christmas party. Some outsider sneaks in and gives you a roofie.
So you might be off the gospel path if you get roofied and you wake up in a shitty hotel with your anus bleeding. And then he made a reference to a joke of you having a Mormon ward party, like a Mormon party at the church, and some outsider comes in and roofies you. Let's try another. Let's see. And he uploads these things like twice in a row. Like the way he uploads content. Let's see. Laughter in a 10-minute set. Let's see. Brother divorce.
He's your brother. Now, that joke is great because all women instantly get it because of their woman powers.
See, that one was just confusing. What? He made a compilation of people just laughing without him actually actually showing the jokes. This man clipped himself in favor of himself. And I don't think he realizes he's the butt of his own joke. I don't think he's realizing that the majority of people are laughing at him and not with him because his jokes in of themselves aren't funny. But if you take a step outside of that and you just look at a random gross old looking man making like really inappropriate jokes, that is funny, right? Like that, the whole picture is funny. And I feel like that's what people are actually laughing at here. I don't think they're actually thinking his jokes are good. And keep in mind, this man prides himself on making jokes, just jokes, but no swear words and no hate. And he's totally appropriate, and Mormon and saintly, and gives good advice to 20-year-old NPCs. What? I'm not done with you, Willie.
Oh, I'm sorry for that racist outburst.
Wait, what? What the fuck did I just watch? Anyways, another piece of his material, I noticed that he kind of started things back when the pandemic happened. And this guy went on Omegle. Any of you who know what Omegle website is, it's pretty much like chat roulette. Like, you have a webcam and just you get on this website and it automatically just sorts you with other people with webcams and you just like chat. So this man got on Omegle and started talking to young kids. And he's making jokes. And again, I don't think he realized that he's being laughed at and not with. Let's check it out.
Sure.
You know, President Trump, in addition to everything else that's going wrong for him, he got some really bad news tonight. He got his family, 23andMe family DNA history results back.
Okay.
He's white.
That's actually kind of funny. I mean, in a weird, like, I would laugh at that, but it's like, what are you doing, dude? I don't know. I'll throw him a bone there. That one was actually kind of funny.
Then you tell me who it is. Here's the first one. No. Who's that?
Yo mama.
No, that's that girl in the parking lot that he was hitting on yesterday when you didn't know where he was.
Okay.
I got my 23andMe family DNA history results back last week.
Word? What were they?
Well, I got some really bad news.
What's that?
I'm white.
You know, if his other jokes weren't so, and his whole, like, attitude and demeanor and everything else about him wasn't so fucking disgusting, that actually would be funny. That is a fun, that would be, that, see, those are the kind of jokes I feel like he should have started making. The kind of, like, self-deprecating, like, old white guy jokes. He could have had something there. He could have had a career with that. But it's also just kind of like the same joke. It's like a one-note pony, you know? Hilarious racial humor.
And, you know, that does raise the question of how white am I?
Oh, yeah, true.
I am so white that I have a dad.
Oh. Well. That's still a racial joke. Okay, let's see. This guy is so fucked. Lee's like, I'm sorry. Yo, just because people laugh, I mean, yo, there's dark jokes. But the fact that he's mostly interested in these kinds of jokes concerns me. Right? Like, because that one was a little bit, that one was more off. The one where he says, oh, I got my DNA results and it's bad news, I'm white. That was actually fucking funny. If he would have kept framing things in that light, like, that would have been funny. Lee says, bro, listen, this guy is giving me bad vibes. It seems like he's someone who wants to live in the past. He does. Okay, he's an old, like, white Mormon. Also, the vest. Can we just talk about this vest? Now, watch this shit, Lee. If you think that's concerning, check this shit out.
Lake City, I am going to be at Wise Guys Comedy on March 22nd and March 23rd in Salt
Check out the
Lake City
background.
at the downtown location. Your grandma. I will be delivering.
Yeah, look at the background. Anybody recognize the background? Gee, doesn't that look like BLM protests?
Lake City, I am going to be at Wise Guys Comedy on March 22nd and March 23rd in Salt Lake City at the downtown location. Your grandma. I will be delivering the antidote to what you see behind me. Ow! Here, March 22nd, March 23rd.
That was that.
So if you hear me talking about that you're an extremely lovely young lady, run.
I mean, that's true. This guy, here's his fan page that is populated mostly by him, where he posts like all the same things. He really likes Taylor Swift for some reason.
I demonstrate those for you tonight. And how about Taylor Swift? Because they have her do all these lewd poses. So I thought I'd demonstrate those for you tonight. The first one is the full spread, flat foot, full bend over. Oh! The second one is the bent knee or the bent knee on the tiptoes because that extends the buttocks out further. Up there you can't. I have to be careful not to fall over. But it's like,
Hey, folks, listen. Willie is a good Mormon guy with a good heart and has nothing but respectful, tasteful jokes without hate, without obscenities, and without swear words. Isn't he a great guy, my friends? Isn't he just a stand-up guy? Isn't he just full of love and positivity? Now this, obviously, he made himself. His advertisement. So he actually does do regular, like, shows in Salt Lake City. The next time I'm in Salt Lake City, you bet your ass I'm going to one of his shows, and you bet your ass I'm going to be there, Willie, and I'm going to heckle you. I'm going to heckle you, Willie. Okay, more of his comedy. And he keeps reposting the same Omegle jokes about being white. Now, let's see. Oh, here we go. I didn't find this on his YouTube, but he likes to be a political commentator too. And I can't find like this. Okay, he's going to talk about critical race theory and Marxism here. Let's listen, kids.
So they came up with a new methodology known as cultural Marxism. This is a way to undermine.
Cultural Marxism is not new. Maybe it's new to you because you look so fucking old that you were one of Joseph Smith's original missionaries, but it's cultural Marxism is not fucking new. You absolute dunce cap.
And destroy society using critical theory to undermine and destroy the very social institutions that they had attempted to destroy using classical Marxism. Interestingly, very few people in the United States have the slightest idea that critical race theory has anything to do with cultural Marxism, or any type of Marxism. But the reality is a far different story. Sadly,
This man read a couple articles written by other people about cultural Marxism, decided it was brand new, and that it was undermining society. Yeah, Marx says it's not a way to undermine and destroy society. It's a way to criticize under-examined power structures. Dude, this guy just barely learned about cultural Marxism and decided to, like, speak on behalf of it.
look out there in society and see the people that are promoting what they call critical race theory, by and large, these people are completely ignorant. They have no idea what they're peddling.
Then why don't they understand, dude? Can you explain more rather than just like a couple-minute video of expressing your opinion?
They have no idea of what cultural Marxism is, of what critical...
You don't even know what cultural Marxism is, dude. You don't know what it is. Your basic fucking description of it right now in this vid tells me you don't know what it actually is.
theory is. They have absolutely zero...
Yo, this guy is trying so hard to be a right-wing grifter, and he's doing everything wrong. Like, he's trying so fucking hard to be a popular, like, right-wing comedian with political ideas and insights into life. Like, he desires to be that, and it's just like, yeah, it's like Liz Leaf says, I think he thinks he's the Mormon George Carlin. Right? He's trying so fucking hard to be a right-wing grifter, and it's just not happening, man. It's just not happening. Look, I'm a small-time creator, too. Like, as far as his numbers and my numbers are concerned, I mean, he's got, let's see, what has he got? Willie, buddy, pal, friend, my boy. He's got 1,252 followers on Twitter. He's got 1,121 followers on Instagram. Let's look at his. I know his Facebook group, his fan group is like 200 people. I've got about just over 1,800 followers on YouTube. I don't really have a Twitter presence because I literally just joined a month ago. So it's like, he's not that big. I'm not that big either. So I think this is like punching straight forward for me. Like, I'm tackling a fucking creator that's just about as great as me. This guy is trying so hard to be a right-wing grifter. It's not even funny. And Willie, I ain't letting this go.
idea of what the Frankfurt School...
Laura says, Jan, he's not even near your league. I mean, he's not anything but a douchebag idiot. Because his interaction is nothing. Like he has those people that are following him, but like nobody's really interacting with this. Like, look at these fucking like what like who's liking this?
I got my 23andMe fan.
Look, one of his greatest pieces of comedy has like nothing. It has 0 likes. And somebody leaving a spam comment. Like, if you look at all of his YouTube comment, like, there's nothing. Like, nobody is liking this shit. He's barely even getting... And look, this was posted a month ago. This is recent. This man just opened up his exposure to the world like 3 years ago. Yo!
And that was the institution that fostered this poison. Of course, later, the headquarters relocated to Columbia University in New York City. So let's just summarize what we know about critical race theory. Critical race theory is just a subspecies of critical theory. It is a deformed and perverted form of Marxism.
How?
Where the revolutionaries attempt to undermine a targeted society through continual criticism of the social institutions done in collaboration with the controlled media in the target nation. Critical race theory came from what was known as the Frankfurt School in Germany. Cultural Marxism is the idea that Marxist revolutionary utopian ideologies can be achieved through attacking social institutions instead of organizing the proletariat to engage in a general uprising against the capitalist class.
Wrong. Like, I don't think he realizes, like, he does this thing, and I'm catching on to it, where he clings to technicalities, but you can take technicalities and interpret them different ways, depending on how you surround the language, like what language you surround those technicalities with. So yeah, social institutions should be criticized, and he thinks that's a very divisive thing. No, not when your institution itself is divisive.
There you have it.
Willie.
Hello, friends. This is comedian Willie Johnson. I'm here today to talk to you about critical race theory.
Okay, folks, he's going to talk to us about critical race theory. Tell us, Willie.
We hear this term thrown about frequently. Unfortunately, neither the public nor the commentators really have any idea what it means.
Oh, okay. But you do?
Let's talk about critical race theory for a moment. First thing we should talk about is, what is critical theory? Critical theory is a revolutionary program originally created by communist socialist revolutionaries in Germany.
Oh, here we go. The Red Scare. Yo, he's old enough to where he would have lived through the Red Scare. Straight up. This is like this totally Red Scare shit.
Germany in the 1930s. These individuals understood fully that the traditional Marxist analysis of an uprising by the oppressed proletariat was dead. This revolution was never going to happen. People in Europe and the United States understood this fully. the working class was actually treated relatively well by the...
Did he really just say the working class was treated well? Sir. Sir. I don't think you understand the working class movement at all.
Standards of the time, the chance of those people rising up in arms to oppress or to take over the oppressing ruling class was zero.
What?
These dysfunctional Marxists in Germany understood that this is a reality. But because they hate themselves, they hated their family, they hated society, they were on a destructive rampage.
That's not true at all.
Further.
That's opinion, Willie. That's your personal opinion. That's not even historically factual at all. Dummy. Dum-dum. Dunce cap.
And they decided to come up with a plan to undermine and destroy society anyway. This is called critical theory.
What's up, pizza party?
You can have critical race theory.
Yo, get this Willie guy on and argue with him. I don't trust him on my live stream because of how bigoted, misogynistic, and he's like an R-word apologist. Like, he's a pedophile, like, apologist. Like, I don't trust him to be on my platforms to where, like, he won't fucking, like, say shit to get, like, the stream taken down, right? Like, he's too out there. I don't think he's capable of a decent logical back and forth. Also, I don't like debating. Like, I don't care to debate people. I will inform people, and if they disagree, that's on them. But, like, I don't know. I would have to think about it. It would depend, because, like, at this point, I'm just putting this guy on blast, and he could very well ignore this, even if I pester him with it. So unless he's clawing at me and being like, let me get on here and speak, like, I don't think I would, like, I wouldn't be the one to extend that to him. But if he was to cry about it and, like, be like, all right, throw hands with me, and do it like a glove slap, then I guess I would accept the duel.
Critical labor theory, critical family theory. It is just a tool whereby all of the institutions of society are continually criticized and undermined. This, of course, requires the collaboration of the media, which is exactly what's happened in the...
Bro, you choke and gargle right-wing, alt-right-wing, like, media, like your life depends on it. What do you mean other people are being, like, deceived by the media? You yourself
in Europe
are not... It's like he's trying to be, like, seen and heard and validated by, like, alt-right-wing, like, Christo-fascist people, and, like, he's just not getting that.
So what else is involved in critical race theory? Well, it came out of what's known as cultural Marxism. Again, we're back to the idea that the traditional Marxists, none of whom were actually...
This guy's philosophical and just literary understanding of cultural Marxism and critical race theory is juvenile at best. All of his jokes like, he claims that his jokes are clean and don't promote hate, but they're all centered around dehumanizing women and denying white privilege. And as far as people laughing at his jokes, I notice every time he clips his jokes or posts clips of his jokes, They clip it just at points where there is laughter, but he doesn't realize he's a lol cow. He doesn't realize that people aren't laughing with him, they're laughing at him. The butt of the joke is himself. Willie. The butt of the joke is you. People aren't laughing with you. They're laughing at you. They're not laughing at your jokes. Your jokes aren't funny. They're laughing at the idea that a disgusting old-looking fucking man is saying insane fucking things that are inappropriate and questionable at best. That is the dark joke, my friend. That is the laughter. The laughter, the joke is you. And for this man to call me and tell me on fucking Twitter of all places that I'm a hate-filled person, that I'm spreading lies, and that I'm potentially mentally ill. No. Fuck you, dude. Your comedy is not funny, and not because I can't take a joke or I'm easily offended. It just literally is not funny, and you're not understanding that people are laughing fucking at you. Look at his YouTube. Not only has he posted the same videos twice because he doesn't know how fucking YouTube works, but nobody's commenting on this shit. And the jokes that we just reviewed tonight are disgusting. I mean, like, what? The fucking... Let's look at it again. This romance joke that he made is the worst fucking joke I've ever seen in my life.
Step 2, you carefully and subtly steer the conversation to more intimate topics. Like, first kiss, first crush, first intimate moment. And so the guy's going, tell me about your first kiss. And she's going, well, I was in 2nd grade. And our neighbor, Mr. Johnson, he used to give us 25 cents for a lip kiss and 50 cents for a full tongue kiss. So I knew that was not going to be well received. And
that's the joke. This is the same man who is arguing on behalf of Joseph Smith. Mind you, this guy... There's a short description of him. According to Now Playing in Utah, or just like some event thing, after 40 years in the trenches, mostly retired criminal trial lawyer Willie Johnson brings hilariously irreverent and insightful perspective to the struggles of life, love, and happiness. Willie has performed at comedy venues in Great Basin, including Wise Guys, Las Vegas, and every comedy club in Utah. Okay. So 40 years in the trenches of mostly retired criminal trial lawyer. When Willie argued on behalf of Joseph Smith, he treated it like a client situation. Now, my thing was, as I said, Joseph Smith is an R-wordist because he coerced and manipulated young girls into sleeping with him and marrying him. And his argument was, well, it's not technically R-wording because statutory R-wording wasn't a thing in the government back then, or wasn't a thing in the courts. Between 1820 and 1840, it's true. There was not technical things in the court where like they had statutory R-word issues. The thing is the mobs handled it. The town mobs handled it. It wasn't handled by the court. It was handled by mobs. You slept with some farmer's daughter, the whole town mob is going to come and get you. And they did. They tarred and feathered Joseph Smith because he was fucking around with a 16-year-old and he proposed to her. Okay, he wasn't tarred and feathered because he had miraculous religious ideas and they just hated him for that. Like, he was fucking around with young girls. It was frowned upon at the time. And statutory R-word laws came at 1850, which means that leading up to the time to 1850, the time that Joseph Smith was fucking around with young girls, that was a serious problem. So much that the government was like, hey, we need to make laws on this. And it wasn't just because of Joseph Smith. I want to make that very clear. It wasn't just because Joseph Smith did that they made the laws, but it was part of the problem, right? So when Willie thinks about, oh, well, technically there was no statutory R-wording laws then. And in Willie's mind, well, they weren't technically children because they were having a menstrual cycle. Like, bro, I don't know. I don't realize how Willie is not getting the idea that he's trying to argue with a lawyer's attitude that it technically wasn't inappropriate, that it was perfectly acceptable, even though it wasn't. He's focused on the technical court term, which he's used to, and he's not realizing the societal attitude about that and how people did not condone that. Willie Johnson is an R-word and pedophile apologist, okay? He condones that. And one question I asked Willie personally, and I'm gonna fucking ask it again. Willie, if God told you to marry and sleep with a 14-year-old right now, would you do it? Yes or no? No added to it, yes or no? Because I'll tell you one thing. If it's a yes to that question, that shows to me that you are perfectly fine and acceptable of interacting inappropriately with children. And if you say no, then that tells me you don't actually believe in your own faith. Either answer to that question is going to put you in a bad fucking spot. And he has yet to answer that question. And every Mormon man who apologizes and defends Joseph Smith's actions of sleeping with 14-year-old girls should be asked that question. And that's what I'm not fucking around with at this point. So Willie Johnson, you're on my shit list. And I'm not done with you. And I will keep up with you. And I'm gonna fucking, yeah. We're not done, dude. He lives near a school? Dude, all of his jokes are weird. All of his, like his whole fucking video about, like, men being hoes, like, don't be a man hoe, and then, like, don't marry a hoe. Don't impregnate a hoe. What happens if you impregnate a hoe? Like,
our next question today comes from Jared in Harriman. Jared states, Dear Willie, I'm 20 years old. My parents taught us to avoid sexual immorality at all.
This guy is nuts. Okay, I have to pee again. Stay here. Don't go anywhere. I'm just gonna be a couple of minutes. I have to pee, and then we're gonna wrap up this guy and then get into our next topic. But yeah, Willie, you're on my shit list, dude. I'm not letting you go. Okay, one-on-one here, dude. Okay. Just eating something here in my mouth. So, yeah. I love that he liked his own comment, like his own response to me. He was not like, he really wanted to hound me on like technical, like, yeah. Wanting proof to be via the definition of R wording in Ohio and Illinois and Iowa and Missouri in 1820 and 1840. You have to learn more about this Willie guy. I mean, yeah, you did kind of jump in and like at the end of things. You should have started from the beginning when I discussed, because like it all started where I just got in a random like Twitter like back and forth with him because he's a Mormon. I'm an ex-Mormon. And he was talking about how, you know, Joseph Smith didn't technically, you know, take advantage of any young girls because at the time, you know, he was trying to argue that at the time it was perfectly acceptable for a 14-year-old to marry an older man. And that's not true. It's true that the age of consent laws were not as they are today, because a lot of the times it was like children as young as like 10 and 14, like 10 for girls, 14 for boys could get married at the time. But it's like that was kind of put there for the intention that young kids, like young people, were marrying young people. Even though there was no technical laws at the time that barred older men from sleeping with child girls, it was still societally frowned upon. Joseph Smith was marrying wives between 1820 and 1840, and he was doing those things. And again, he was tarred and feathered by a mob of the town for fucking around with a 16-year-old. And 1850 is when statutory minor R-word laws came about, because in addition to Joseph Smith doing those things, other people were doing those things enough that the government was like, okay, stop. We got to like make a law about this because it's not working out. Pizza Party says, I'm going to look him up and post a bunch of bad stuff on his Twitter. I don't condone anybody like going and saying anything to him. I just want that on the record. I don't condone that. I can't support that. Do what you will, but I cannot support that. But me and this guy went back and forth so much on this issue. And at the end of it all, he called me, you know, insane and said I was lying. And I'm just like, all right, let me click on this guy's profile and figure out like what he's all about. Turns out he's nuts. He's this weird, like, old fart comedian dude. Pizza Party says, I'm an internet troll. It's whatever. Hey, yo, I'm not going to tell you what you to do. I'm not going to tell you what to do. I'm just saying, I have to say that I can't, keyword, I can't encourage anybody to do that. Yes, and I am on Twitter. If you want to follow me on Twitter, please do. I am brand new to Twitter. I'm not a Twitter person at all. It's a brand new world to me. I just joined like last month. So this is like, I've been living in a very like comfortable world, you know, right here. And on YouTube, but it's like I'm getting into Twitter and it's definitely like it's not a safe space anymore. Willie though, oh my fuck. Yo, dude. I don't even think he knows I'm talking about him right now. And he keeps reposting these old clips. Like, this is recent. Like, he's posting these old Omega clips of just saying weird shit to young people. Like, from, like, 3 years ago. Like, dude, it's not happening. If your content didn't go viral then, it's not going to go viral now. What is he saying here? What is the common thread between Epstein Island pervs and the P. Diddy perv homosexual rap industry perv control mechanism? Were they just videoed or were they videoed for use by Israeli intel? Part 2 on my Instagram? Bro, what are you talking about? If he's offended by the idea of Epstein, why is he totally promoting Joseph Smith? Because Joseph Smith was totally the Epstein at the time. Out of curiosity, how many blacks celebrated White History Month? Bro, nobody's... What? Please retweet if you gotta laugh. No. Let's see. Right here he says, best advice for women who want a committed marriage and total fulfillment. Let's see. Hashtag KSL. Utah Femme. Don't hurt the men. Former jazz fan. KSL again. Utah Poll. Man hate. Men are okay. It's okay to be a man. One flesh. Cleave LDS. What happened to you, Willie? What woman hurt you? What woman hurt you, Willie? Because you just hate women right now. I'm telling you. Okay, so he reposted this.
Earth needs to hear these following 30 things just to keep him going and keep him motivated. And if you have not heard them recently or you haven't heard them at all, let me be the first to tell you. I believe in you. You make me feel safe. I appreciate everything you do for me. I'm so proud of you.
Yo! Willie put that in. Willie has these things about hoes.
I believe in you. You make me feel safe. I appreciate everything you do for me. I'm so proud.
Willie put this in right here. He put this text in right here that says $50 says her mom was not a hoe. Okay, first of all, he has some weird shit about hoes. Women hoes, men hoes. Okay, I'm very hoe positive here. I love hoes. So, but this man dogging on fucking hoes, like, how dare you? How dare you? It's okay to be a man. What is this hashtag? Who else is posting in this hashtag? It's okay to be a man. Is it just Willie? It's okay to be a man. Pizza says, why does he hate hoes? Not a bad time. I mean, he hates hoes. He just very specifically hates hoes. It's okay to be a man. This is a meme. It's funny when female acts like she's been treated so badly, then turns around and does you worse than she was done. Fuck y'all women. It's okay to be a man. Doug, my man. Doug. Who hurt you, Doug? Doug, who hurt you? Who hurt you, Doug? See, Paul Joseph Watson declares it's okay to be a man, and he's right. Let's see. Who is to say why does strong men equal strong society? Happy Men's History Month? July White History Month has come to an end. Wait, what? A well done and proper response to the... Oh, okay. Who are these people? Tired of people claiming there's something wrong with acting like a man? It's okay to be a man. I haven't let our social culture neuter me. I'm not a liberal because I haven't let our culture neuter me. It's okay to be a man. Kevin. What happened to you, Kevin? Who are these men? You're promoting a culture of emasculation on our sons. Stop trying to propagandize our boys into girls. You're operating in the shade of an acceptance movement based on physiological disorder. Is this about trans people? Let's see. It's okay to be a man. Who says it? I don't know. People like, this is so funny. Mark says I haven't had such good cry in a long time. Pizza says cultural neutering is real, but people are saying it's just the liberals. Too many Trump-tards get mad at me about reminding them they are facials. What is cultural neutering? What the fuck is that? Cultural neutering. I have never heard of this in my entire fucking life. Cultural neutering. Okay, we're talking. Okay, we got dogs. We got the two types of neutering. Closed castration. Okay. Where do I find information about cultural neutering? Like, what is this? Like, I'm not finding it. Fascist. Okay, fascist. Yeah, no worries. You don't have to type so fast. You can, like, chillax. I'm just seeing shit about what is cultural neutering? What is this thing? Oh my god. I love how he has his own, like, Willie has his own, like, fucking fan club. He's the only one posting on it. Like, nobody's liking any of this. Oh, a few likes. Okay, but pretty much nobody. 292 followers. Who are these people? What kind of people are following him? Willie Johnson's fan club list of followers is unavailable. Okay, probably because they're all bots. Heretical response. Oh, Mark says it's castration as a metaphor for curbing stereotypical masculine attitudes. I mean, I think masculinity in itself is under high scrutiny at the time, but so is, like, femininity. I think just general, like, just masculinity and femininity, these are two things that are being highly scrutinized right now. And it's almost like in the conversation of that, a lot of people sort of, like, tried to pin the one up against the other, like this one is responsible for this one falling, and this one is responsible for this one falling. It's a really odd conversation to me. And mainly just because, like, in my principles and my beliefs and my understandings of humans is like, we literally are just, like, fucking humans. So, I think not necessarily degrading. I just think it's very limiting as a society to be basing our conversations around concepts of either masculinity and femininity and what those roles and ideas are supposed to do for each other. Rather than focusing the conversation of what we do generally as a human race for our future moving forward. I guess I find it really tedious to get into these like really nitty gritty like culture wars. And I'm coming from somebody who I'm a hard fighter for like minorities and things like that. But like, even at some point, I'm just like, folks, we all really need to just get on the same bus and like start thinking of ourselves as a whole fucking human race, you know? But Willie Johnson is quite the character. And he's so, I don't know, he's so into himself. I almost have more questions. I almost do wish I could like interview him. Like, I have more fucking questions. Like, how did he get into comedy? What inspired his comedic point of view? What inspired him to get on the internet and start doing all this stuff? And it's obvious it was during the pandemic. And and I can relate to that. I started my YouTube channel during the pandemic because, I wasn't able to work at the time. Everybody was on lockdown. There was lots of scary things happening in the news. So I decided to make a YouTube channel and just start talking about stuff. You'll pretend to be my publicist. I would not be opposed to talking to Willie live on my channel. I just would want there to be a structure to it. And I'm not going to allow him to sort of commandeer the conversation. And I don't want the conversation to degrade. Like, I wouldn't like degrade the conversation down to just pure trolling, right? Like, I would actually have questions. How did he start comedy? What inspired him to start comedy? I would ask him about specific views, like what specifically he means by like hoes, man hoes, women being hoes, impregnating hoes, his ideas about women, his ideas about promiscuity, his ideas about cultural Marxism. I would ask him to dive deeper into his ideas about critical race theory. No, he wouldn't give me a structured debate. You're right. But I would want to be able to ask him these questions. And he still hasn't answered the question that I asked him on Twitter. I asked him at least 2 to 3 times. I asked him a very specific question. I said, if God told you to marry and sleep with a 14-year-old girl right now, would you do it? Yes or no? And he has yet to answer that question. He has not answered that question to me. And that's one I would like for him to answer plain as day. Well, he's already been invasive to me because he shut down the conversation. He shut down the conversation by just simply dismissing me as somebody who is trying to deceive and lie and who is potentially mentally ill. And that is actually a tactic taught by the Mormon Church to its followers. They teach you that if somebody is questioning your faith and challenging your faith, just tell them, like, just leave the conversation. Because that's the devil's influence, and you need to shut it down and you need to leave. And that's exactly what he did. So he never actually engaged in conversation with me. But it seems like, as somebody where, he likes to give commentary and stuff, it's weird that he would avoid that. So he says right here, specifically, stand-up comedy, political and social commentary. I'm mostly social, less political. So I'm a social and political commentator. That's what I do on my channel. He apparently does the same thing. But I engaged him in a conversation and he shut it down by simply just dismissing me as like mentally ill. The thing is I never did that to him. I did definitely target him and was a bit sassy about like him apologizing on behalf of Joseph Smith. God told me to bang hoes 25 and up. I listened to it. Heretical Response says there's a really good Scientology book I read back in the 90s while I was like, and it was titled Slut. And it's a great way to understand the double standards with men and women's sexual. A sociology book. I thought I read that as Scientology, and I'm just like, what? No, you said a sociology book. Yeah, he definitely has double standards of women. Let's see. Cigarettes are nasty. Alcoholism therapy. Oh, okay. I gotta see some more. Sorry, I gotta see some more.
Years ago, I was a cigarette addict, and I was able to overcome that.
Dude, this is such shitty quality. Like, what happened?
Years ago, I was a cigarette addict, and I was able to overcome that by going to the hypnotist.
Oh, so he's saying he used to be a cigarette addict, and he overcame it by going to a hypnotist, and he put him under a hypnotization for 30 minutes. Is that true, or is that just part of the joke?
Years ago, I was a cigarette addict, and I was able to overcome that by going to the hypnotist. He put me under deep hypnosis, 30 minutes, instant ex-smoker. It was great. There was only one problem. I had no idea that getting hypnotized would make my butt hurt so bad.
That's the joke. He said he was a cigarette smoker, and he went to a hypnotist. The hypnotist put him under hypnotization for 30 minutes, and he woke up with his butt hurting, insinuating that while incapacitated, he was invaded anally. Dude, this is the second joke he's made about that. Did he get... I am just speculating. I'm just speculating here. Did his mother have him out of wedlock and then, like, hooked up with a guy who, like, abused Willie? And he got, like, invaded. Because, like, that's an extreme speculation, mind you. I'm just making shit up. But, like, the way he focuses on these particular things is just really odd to me.
And society really is going crazy. And now they're letting women speak in public.
Was that it? That was it! That was literally it!
And society really is going crazy. And now they're letting women speak in public.
That's it! That's the joke! That's the joke! This motherfucker really thinks he's funny! Yo, right-wing, like, comedy, like, conservative comedy isn't funny. And not because, like, people can't take offensive jokes, but because they literally aren't funny. If you want a really good YouTube video to watch, let's see. It's actually Willie is the man. I guess Willie is the GOAT, I guess. I watched a really good YouTuber essay video on conservative comedy. Oh, come on, YouTube. and it's called Conservative Comedy Ruined My Life or Career or Life. Why is my internet being so fucking slow right now? My cheeks hurt. I laugh at offensive jokes. There's tons of inappropriate offensive jokes I've laughed at. I'm into like really dark humor, right? Like I laugh when jokes are really dark. But that's not funny. That's not like a clever dark humor joke, right? Like when you do dark humor, you have to be really clever and precise about it. And he wasn't. Because with clever dark humor, it is a dark subject, but you're inserting the point of the joke like subtly enough to where it lightens the mood. But he doesn't. He tells like the pun, like he gets straight to the point, and then it's not actually funny. So if you want to watch like a really good, well thought out take on conservative comedy, check out Big Joel and this video, Conservative Comedy Destroyed My Life. It's really fucking good. It's a really good analysis of like right-wing conservative comedy and how why it's not funny, like particularly why it's not funny, and not because like people can't take offensive jokes, but why it just like structurally is not funny. Willie Johnson would get booed off a stage if Bill Hicks was still alive. Yeah. Mark says there will never be a right-wing George Carlin because a wit that fine-tuned will never endorse prevailing structure powers. Look, I'll tell you what. The left can't meme, but the right has no culture, no artistic, like, value, and no creative comedic skills. Like, they completely just lack any fucking creativity. The only thing they can do is insult. The end. All right. Enough of Willie Johnson for now. I'm done playing with you for now. And we are going to get on to some apocalyptic conspiracies, because as you know, the apocalypse is coming Monday. Monday, my friends. Yes, the apocalypse is upon us. There's earthquakes, there's lightning strikes, there's eclipses. It's happening. Get ready to repent. I just got to take a quick break for like 2 minutes, so please don't go anywhere. Stay in the chat amongst yourselves, and I will be right back, okay? Okay. Okay. Fuck me, this is bright. Let's turn it down. Let's get our apocalyptic. Get our apocalyptic lighting going on here. So, April 8th, is it this Monday? Yeah, so Monday the world's gonna end. Fun times. There's going to be a total solar eclipse. On April 8th, 2024, a total solar eclipse will cross North America, passing over Mexico, the United States, and Canada. A total solar eclipse happens. Yeah, we know what that is. Safety is the number one priority when viewing a total solar eclipse. Be sure you're familiar when you need to wear... Okay, yeah. Don't stare. Does anybody remember when Trump stared into the sun? Let's see. Trump stares at eclipse. Like, didn't that totally happen? Donald Trump looks directly at the sun. When was this? Oh yeah, August 21st, 2017. Why is my computer being so fucking slow? Computer, why are you being so slow? Yo, my computer is like wigging out right now. Shit's so funny. Looking over there. How does the man still look like he's straight out of 1980s? Go buy a new computer, get a match. Get it back or something. Don't be digging at me. Anyways, Trump staring at the sun. So there's a lot of like weird Christians that just like think that this is like the sign of the times. Let's see, in the Bible they talk about the moon turning red, and recently that we're finding that the moon is resting. Like as in the last few years. So like they're like, oh well, this is the sign of the moon. Wait. Reddit True Christian? Will Jesus return when the moon is completely red? How long till it turns completely red do you guys think? Every now and then there's a post that reminds me why I use Reddit. So essentially, a lot of Christians think that the Bible talking about the moon turning blood red is actually correlated with the fact that the moon is resting. Another sign apparently is New York having an earthquake, which is really funny because this is the tiniest earthquake ever. And this is coming from somebody who lives in California, where a 4.8 is like barely noticeable for us. Oh, people are crazy. Marjorie Taylor Greene, lovely woman, says God is sending us America's God is sending America strong signs to tell us to repent. Earthquakes and eclipses, many more things to come. I pray our country listens. Ma'am, you hold a political position. Like, what are you doing? I found some of these things on TikTok. Let's take a look.
Did you know the upcoming solar eclipse next month could fulfill an ancient Bible prophecy that is over 2,000 years old? On April 8th, a rare total solar eclipse will plunge parts of the U.S. into darkness in the middle of the day. The shocking part is, this eclipse will pass over 8 towns called Nineveh, which is the same city in the Bible where the prophet Jonah warned of God's wrath.
Wait, Nineveh? What the fuck? Nineveh? Nineveh? Are those like cities? Nineveh City? How many Nineveh cities? So is that, what is it? What do they mean by Nineveh? A center of worship? Like, what the fuck are they talking about? Am I missing something? It's an ancient Assyrian city? Okay, like, what the fuck do they mean by Nineveh? Mark! What the fuck? A Nineveh? Sin cities? What is the conceptual... What does Nineveh mean in this context? I don't understand that. Where do I find that? There is a Nineveh in the Bible city. Becca says, I talked to a patient on the phone today. You're a remote... Oh, I didn't know that, Becca. I didn't know you're a remote pharmacy technician. She went off about how God is angry and at us and set an earthquake, which was like, ma'am, which prescription can I help you with? Oh my fuck. You know, it's so interesting you mentioned that you're a pharmacy technician. I was thinking like the other day because I got like a little, like I went to go pick up a prescription and there was issues with it. And I got like impatient with a pharmacist. And then like after that whole situation, I was thinking like, you know, like I really like, I believe in like giving pharmacists the most respect possible because they literally are just doing their jobs. And they got their hands tied behind their back about what they can and can't do as far as like legalities and like medical systems and things like that. So it's like, yo, treat your pharmacists with love. Okay. The only medicine we need is Jesus. Flat Earth is real. And I don't know why you feel sad for, wait, sad for who? What are you talking about, bro? Let's see, Jan, it's about prophecies in the Bible. The last book, Revelation, has to do with the end of time. But what is Nineveh? I don't get what they mean. Mark's like, shit, I don't know. Narnia? Like, what is this Nineveh thing? What is Nineveh? Can we backtrack that?
Darkness in the middle of the day. The shocking part is, this eclipse will pass over 8 towns called Nineveh, which is the same city in the Bible where the prophet Jonah warned of God's wrath. It will also occur with the constellation Cetus visible, which means
Nineveh, Jonah. Then the word of the Lord came to Jonah a second time. Go to the great city of Nineveh and proclaim it to the message I give you. And Jonah obeyed the word of the Lord and went to Nineveh. Now Nineveh was a very large city. It took 3 days to go through it. Jonah began by going a day's journey into the city, proclaiming 40 more days and Nineveh will be overthrown. The Ninevites believed God. A fast was proclaimed, and all of them, from the greatest to the last, put on sackcloth. When Jonah's warning reached the king of Nineveh, he rose from his throne, took off his royal robes. Sir, can you wine and dine us first before you take off your robes? Thank you. Anyways, covered himself with sackcloth and sat down in the dust. This is the proclamation he issued to Nineveh. By the decree of the king and his nobles, do not let people or animals, herds, or flocks taste anything. Do not let them eat or drink, but let people and animals be covered with sackcloth. Let everyone call urgently on God. Let them give up their evil ways and their violence. Who knows, God may yet relent and with compassion turn from his fierce anger so that he will not perish. When God saw that they did and how they turned from their evil ways, he relented and did nothing on them, the destruction that he had threatened. Okay, so Jonah went into this city and was like, everybody take off your clothes and put on this dirty sack and sit in the dirt because God's gonna fucking destroy this shit. Sackcloth was for mourning and sadness. Interesting. So, yeah, so I guess in this context, referring to Nineveh, I think what they're trying to say is that in the passing of the eclipse, it's going to pass over like 7 major cities. And so that's probably why they're calling it was it 7? The 7 Nineveh? This is weird. Why are these people weird? Why are they so weird?
Eclipse will plunge parts of the U.S. into darkness in the middle of the day. The shocking part is, this eclipse will pass over 8 towns called Nineveh, which is the...
8 towns called Nineveh. Is there Nineveh? 8 towns called... What am I looking up? What is this? Okay, it'll pass through major cities including Dallas, Little Rock, Indianapolis, Cleveland, Buffalo, and Burlington. Yahoo. Is Yahoo still around? Yahoo News? Who the fuck? What the fuck? It's Yahoo News. Seven cities called Nineveh. This post was shared more than over like 1,800 times in a week. Total solar eclipse sparks many misleading flat earth claims. Yo, we're getting into flat earth now. Let's go. See, tens of millions. Okay, what is this?
Come on. Non-rotating Earth.
Okay. Ugh. I don't have any energy for that part of it. This is, I mean, like, a flat Earth theory is oddly Christian anyway, so.
Same city in the Bible where the prophet Jonah warned of God's wrath. It will also occur with the constellation Cetus Visible, which means whale. As the Bible story goes, Jonah was swallowed by a whale before warning Nineveh to repent. Jesus also referred to the sign of Jonah in the Bible. Jesus says in Matthew 16:4, "A wicked and adulterous generation seeks after a sign, and no sign shall be given to it except the sign of the prophet Jonah." Historically, right before Nineveh repented in the story, there was a solar eclipse called the Bur-Sagale eclipse. This astronomical event was said to have caused the pagan city to turn away from false gods and back to the true God, Yahweh. Records of this eclipse were also found in ancient Assyria.
Oh, no. The true God, Yahweh. Watched Flat Earth with my man Jesus. He's a good dude. We hung out and listened to Willie Johnson. Stop it.
And artifacts verifying it happened. America has strayed from God and embraced secular values. This solar eclipse very well may be a sign from the heavens that the door for repentance are closing, just as in the story of Nineveh in the...
This almost inspires me to make like an obscure TikTok or Twitter account where I just make like a bunch of like AI produced sort of like biblical prophecies and just like convolute it with like modern day things. Kind of like, why don't I just start my own QAnon? That still gets me to this day. The fact that QAnon literally was started by a guy who made like a whole fucking like troll page and people caught on to it like wildfire and believed it was real. Pretty sure Pizza Party is just trolling us. In a kind way. Are you? Just checking.
Let's move on to the April 8th, 2024 eclipse, which is the twin sister of the 2017 eclipse. Never before has an eclipse crossed over the entire contiguous United States of America and then 7 years later do it again in the opposite direction, forming...
Okay, Pizza Party says I already said I'm a troll. He's our local friendly troll, folks.
An X across the middle. This eclipse is part of Saros 139, which has, get this, 71 total eclipses spanning almost 1,000 years. It's interesting to note that the only two words that show up 71 times in the Bible are Elijah and Hebron. Elijah being the greatest prophet that ever lived, and
What? What? How did we go from one thing to I gotta back that up. This motherfucker lost me. Is this 6 minutes long? Yo! What is this guy saying for 6 minutes? Oh, okay, back it up. Start over. I don't know what it is about I don't know what it is about conspiracy people, but like listening to their logic is exhausting. I can physically feel energy leaving my body just from trying to because even when I listen to a conspiracy theorist, I will entertain the idea by trying to place myself in their shoes and just like try to think like they do. And it's so fucking exhausting. So fucking exhausting. Pizza Party says I'm genuinely learning this stream. Well, thank you. Yeah, stay, dude. Like, chill. Yeah. Hang out. You are welcome, my friend. Oh my fuck. Oh, God, this is okay.
Let's move on to the April 8th, 2024 eclipse, which is the twin sister of the 2017 eclipse. Never before has an eclipse crossed over the entire contiguous United States of America and then 7 years later do it again in the opposite direction.
Because as we know, the United States of America is the center of the universe, and anything that happens in America is extra special.
Forming an X across the middle. This eclipse is part of Saros 139, which has, get this, 71 total eclipses spanning almost 1,000 years. It's interesting to note that the only two words that show up 71 times in the Bible are Elijah and Hebron. Elijah being the greatest prophet that ever lived, and Hebron being the burial place of Abraham, Isaac, Jacob, all their wives except for Rachel. Just like Elijah shows up 71 times in Scripture, so does this eclipse. And out of the 71 eclipses, the 24 eclipse just so happens to be the 30th one, connecting it to the very prophetic number in Scripture and the age of Yeshua when he started his ministry. While the eclipse of
True, because like when I think about an eclipse, like it's just kind of like, oh, cool, an eclipse. That's very, I mean, it is cool. Like as far as like just like a happening in space, like that's really cool. Like, oh wow, I happen to be in this city that is able to like view this solar eclipse. I did see a solar eclipse. How long ago was it? It was definitely within the last 10 years, but it was at a time where I was at college and I was taking a photography class. So I was like in the arts section of the college, and the eclipse was happening right then. And we use that as a lesson. So because like if you take a piece of paper and you poke a tiny little hole in it and you like kind of hover it over the ground, when the sun shines through that tiny little hole, the light from like that passes through the hole and hits the ground, right? You see a little tiny like circle of light around the shadow. So when the sun passes through the little hole, the light is the shape of the sun. And it's why when you walk under a tree and there's a sun shining down on the tree, the leaves of the tree, my hair. The leaves of the tree will kind of overlap with each other, but at some points there's just a tiny little hole of light that can pass through that. So when you look at the ground of the shadow of the tree, you'll notice like perfect little like circle bits of light. So when you use this and there's a solar eclipse and there's the moon coming in front of the sun, and it makes that sort of like half circle of light, when you look at the light shining through your little hole that you poked through your paper, the light will pass through also in that like crescent shape. So it's a really interesting thing that you can do. It's a really cool light experiment that you can do that we learned in photography. But as we were outside observing the sun, the solar eclipse, through little holes through paper by looking at the shadows on the ground, simultaneously there was the class, the metal wielding class, the class that was all about wielding metal. And they came out with us and they had these little pieces of like welder's glass that you could hold up to your face and actually look up at the sun and check out the eclipse. So it was like this really cool thing where the metal wielding students and the photography students came out, and we just like shared ways to safely like view the eclipse of the sun. Like it was such a cool experience, like a way cool experience. But please don't stare at the sun. So yeah, my point is like, it's like witnessing a solar eclipse is cool. Is it magical and religious and like a prophecy? No. Obviously not, but it is cool, and you should it's okay to feel feelings of awe and wonder and like, wow, all right, back to this motherfucker. Who is this guy?
So does this eclipse. And out of the 71 eclipses, the 24 eclipse just so happens to be the 30th one, connecting it to the very prophetic number in Scripture and the age of Yeshua when he started his ministry. While the eclipse of 2017 would highlight 7 cities named Salem and find its place of maximum totality over an area known as Little Egypt in southern Illinois, the 2024 eclipse would up the ante significantly by going through another 26 cities named Salem, meaning that the 2 total solar eclipses would pass over exactly 33 of the 30.
This is that weird conspiracy like association and correlation. Like, it's like, oh, here's the spot where the eclipse is passing over. Well, the last time the eclipse passed over, it went in this direction. Now we have these 2 directions making an X spot. We have 2 directions. You know what is also two major things like mentioned in the Bible. Isn't that interesting? And this is the 30th eclipse. You know what the 30th pass in the Bible is? It's like, dude, you're literally allowing your brain and your mind to make connections that can be considered connections, but they don't mean anything and they don't go anywhere. But because you're so entrenched in your beliefs, you assign meaning to it. But it's false. It's not real. That this isn't how the world works.
36 cities named Salem. Another highly prophetic number pointing to the Messiah who was crucified at age 33. Why not all 36? I believe he personally left 3 outside of the darkness because there were 3 years that Yeshua was in Salem, Jerusalem, and it was not in darkness while he was there. So we have an eclipse representing the start of his ministry, one for the end of his ministry, and the remaining 3 Salems representing how many years the light of Yeshua was actually in Jerusalem. Wow. It's also incredible to learn that there are only 7 cities in the entire United States with the name Nineveh, and the 2024 eclipse passes directly over 2 of them, while 4 more are barely outside the area of totality. Nineveh, of course, was the city that Jonah was sent to warn them of their impending doom if they did not repent. There are only 2 cities in the whole U.S. named Jonah, and the 2024 eclipse passes right over the top of one of them in Texas. Could this be a hidden warning for the American modern-day Nineveh to repent from its current trajectory or face the same judgment of God? I believe it is. And the 4 that are just...
Dude, this is the same kind of person who is like, look at the locations of these Pizza Huts. If you look at the locations of these Pizza Huts in this city, you can draw a pentagram between all 5 of them, or like all 6 of them, or whatever. Let's say 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah. If you look at the 5 locations of these Pizza Huts in this city, you can draw a pentagram. Therefore, Pizza Hut is of the devil. Like, this is that same kind of fucking shit.
Outside of the total darkness could be symbolic that there is still a chance for us to repent.
Okay, pizza is inherently demonic, okay? It's triangle shaped. You can make a pentagram out of it. Pizza is demonic and delicious.
2017 eclipse hit its maximum totality in a place called Little Egypt. The actual epicenter finds itself right next to 2 lakes called Devil's Kitchen and Egypt.
There are 2 books in the Bible. I have 2 testicles. God will be here at 2 o'clock. There are 2 books in the Bible. I have 2 testicles, and my doctor's going to be here at 2 o'clock. Or God will be here at 2 o'clock. Clearly, this is a sign. Could a dinosaur that just came back to life in a laboratory have nothing better to do than poop in your sock drawer?
And against all mathematical possibilities, the 2024 eclipse crosses the 2017 eclipse in precisely the exact place in southern Illinois, with the epicenter, the X marks a spot, being over one single road in the middle of a national forest just a few miles west of Devil's Kitchen. And what is the name of that road, you ask?
The few miles west of Devil's Kitchen. This is the place that Jesus will return to earth.
None other than Salem Road. Incredible. Out of the millions of roads it could have pointed to, it pointed to Salem Road, the ancient name for Jerusalem. While all the attention has been on 2 solar eclipses that intersect...
Salem was the ancient name of Jerusalem? The name Salem refers to Jerusalem is evidenced by Psalms, which uses Salem as a parallel for Zion, the citadel of Jerusalem. Okay.
In the middle of the United States, there was another annular solar eclipse that also crossed the lower southwest of the United States in October of 2023, which just so happened to mark the very first week of the war in Israel against Hamas. When the 2023 eclipse is laid over the other two eclipses from 2017 and 24, something stunning shows up. While most of us wouldn't really connect that shape to anything, an ancient Israelite would have immediately...
Yo, what a great grift. Like, as a religious content creator and like a right-wing Christian like content creator, what a great grift to capitalize on with this eclipse. Like, what a great opportunity to say a bunch of shit that like captures everybody's attention. Like, even if you hate this, like, even if you disagree with this, we're still watching it, right? Like, what a great grift. Like, what a great opportunity to make a bunch of money off of views by just, like, talking about the eclipse happening. Because, like, the eclipse is going to happen on Monday, and then it's going to pass, and nothing's going to happen. Nothing's going to happen, and everyone's going to go back to normal. But this is a great time to just, like, post some, like, out of the fucking, like, air, like, content about this.
We recognized it as the first letter in the Hebrew alphabet, Aleph. And although it's clear that the 2017 and 24 eclipses make an X over America...
Because if you think about it, church, like, before internet, like, before, like, content creating before the internet, like, churches still grifted on these kinds of, like, events, right? Because, like, any event that's, like, in space that's going to happen, the church is like, oh, this is the end of times. And they always put out this narrative of like, oh, you need to repent because the end of times is now and you really need to examine what you've been doing in life. Suddenly they're filling the pews, right? The pews are getting full. People are coming to church. They're giving tithing. They're giving donations. Like, it's always a grift to talk about the end of times.
King David would have said it was the last letter in the Hebrew alphabet, the letter Tav.
Hey, good night, Becca. Thank you so much for coming. Please sleep well. Take care of yourself. We'll see you next time.
This is more than incredible, as the ancient meaning of Aleph is strength of the leader, and the meaning of Tav...
Look, you know, I'm not religious, but the only Lord and Savior I have is the Lord and Savior David Bowie, okay?
Tav, the last letter, literally means the mark or covenant. When you put the Aleph and the Tav together, it literally means the leader of the covenant or the strength of the mark. With Yeshua being called the Alpha and Omega, the Aleph and Tav, God is literally signing his son's name across the entire United States, letting us know that the leader of the covenant is coming, that he is the king of Salem, Jerusalem. He's the Aleph Tav judge, the strength of the mark that will soon be on the forehead of his saints, and he's warning America that our light will go dark if we do not turn from our wicked ways. So why do I believe it's a warning? Not only does the Bible connect eclipses to judgment and end times events, but just take a look at what happened in history when these type of solar events happen. When I did a short research of past total solar eclipses that only went through American soil, I was shocked to discover that according to almanac.com, there were only 8 total solar eclipses that...
Okay, I'm sorry. I can't listen to any more of this guy because all he's doing is just making, like, random, like, associations. Let's see. Who do we got? Big Nick! Let's go, Big Nick!
This solar eclipse happening next month could fulfill a 2,000-year-old Bible prophecy. On April 8th, a once-in-a-lifetime solar eclipse is going to plunge certain parts of America into total darkness during the middle of the day. The shocking part is this eclipse is going to be passing through 8 towns called Nineveh, which is the city recorded in the Bible where the prophet Jonah warned them about the wrath of God to come. This will also be taking place under the constellation Cetus, which means the whale. As many of you know, the prophet Jonah was swallowed by a whale before being spit onto the shore to go preach repentance to Nineveh. Jesus says in Matthew 16:4, "A wicked and adulterous generation seeks after a sign, and no sign shall be given to it except the sign of the prophet Jonah." Ancient history also shows that right before...
Shout out to the wicked and adulterous generation. You are the goat. Yo, my hair looks fucked.
Nineveh repented in the Bible story of Jonah, there was a total solar eclipse called the Burj-Sagil eclipse, which was one of the astronomical phenomena that caused an entire pagan city to repent from their pagan practices and turn back to the true God Yahweh. This solar eclipse was also engraved...
Yeah, back in the time when people didn't understand what a solar eclipse was, and they literally attributed it to acts of God or gods. Like, what the fuck does that have to do with modern day understanding of what an eclipse is? This is total digression.
An ancient Assyrian archaeological finding, further verifying that an astronomical event took place during this time. America has abandoned God and fully embraced perverse secular values, and this eclipse very well may be a sign from the heavens that the doors for repentance are closing. This solar eclipse happening next month.
I just really want to randomly preach like sin for salvation right now. Like, if you constantly, like, look, as a religious person, if you constantly avoid and deny like sin, whatever your idea of it is, that's gonna become like a shadow in your psyche, right? Like in your psychological self, avoiding sin is gonna become a shadow. And it's gonna come out in one way or another. Because I'll tell you what, a lot of these religious people are super sexually repressed. But because they don't go ahead and explore that sexual desire in a healthy way that's consensual, these people end up diddling kids, right? Like they have these weird, like, or they're like secretly like homosexuals, like, because they're so... they take parts of themselves and they shove it so far down into their psyche, like they're so against it. But it's like, yo, why don't you just embrace those things? Because if you embrace your sexuality, if you embrace sexual desires and you explore those desires in healthy, consensual ways, they're not going to overtake your life, right? It's going to be like having a cup of tea. And this is kind of like my personal opinion, like with people who are so against pornography and stuff. Now, when it comes to pornography, there's definitely some people where they have a problem with it. They have a compulsion issue with it. It overtakes their lives. But to say that like nobody should consume that at all in general, like I don't think is realistic. And it's like, me personally, it's like I can consume porno and it's just like I said, it's like a cup of tea. It's like, oh, I'm going to have a cup of porno now. That was delicious. Now I'm okay. I'm going to go on with my life now. And it doesn't overtake my life, right? You watch the porno, you send it away, it goes off into the ether, and you move on with your life. But like people, like it's always this like false dichotomy of either you're like porno obsessive and porno sick, or like you can't like consume it at all. It's just like, where's the middle ground, yo? It's kind of like alcohol stuff. It's like some people are alcoholics, like they genuinely have a compulsion problem and they should avoid it. But other people are like, no, don't partake of it at all. And if you do, you're fucking like, you're done for. It's like, that doesn't make sense. Like, have a drink. Have a drink. It just like, it doesn't like, yo. We are here alive in these bodies. Why can't we explore desires and urges and things like that? Like, obviously there's a line where you have to be reasonable and you can't harm anybody else or take anybody else's like free will away in that process of exploring your desires. But like, there's so much of humanity that's so against exploring desires, and it's like, I'm just like, why? Like, really, like, there should be, like, sin for salvation, right? Explore sins to save yourself, because otherwise you're going to be constantly consumed by those sins, even if that consumption means constant avoidance.
eclipse, and this is what you don't know about 3 days of darkness. The solar eclipse on April 8th has stirred interest and concern related to biblical prophecy. It will be a total eclipse visible across the U.S., which
I think we
won't...
saw that already.
The upcoming solar eclipse will be the realization of a prophecy from the Bible dating back over 2,000 years. On the 8th of April, a unique total solar eclipse will cast parts of the U.S. into midday darkness. What's astonishing is that this eclipse will traverse...
Let's see, hold on. Pizza Party says, I've always thought this odd sense of morality to be silly. Even OT Christian is... Yeah. So, I firmly stick with the idea that there is no such thing as objective morality. However, accepting the fact that there is no objective morality does not mean also accepting a rampage, right? Because like I feel like a lot of people, when they think of the concept like, oh, there's no objective morality, then suddenly it's like somebody's going to be like, oh, there's no objective morality. Well, now I'm going to like rape and pillage and take over and conquer and do all this stuff. It's like, yes, those things are like a part of human like expression, but accepting that there's no objective morality does not mean people are automatically going to go to that place. And a lot of religious people have a hard time with this. A lot of religious people, especially Christians, think that without God, humans would be extremely immoral, violent, and just impulsive and not able to be controlled without God. And it's really funny to me and hypocritical in a sense, because a lot of the actions people do on behalf of God or their beliefs is quite immoral and heinous and hideous and just like so it doesn't make any sense to me. So I don't believe in objective morality, but I don't think that means that humanity isn't capable of honoring each other, you know, not hindering each other's right to self-actualize, right? Hinder each other's right to live. Like, my sense of morality is not going to be the same as your sense of morality, but we could all agree, like, not to, like, literally kill people to some degree, right? So I think it's weird when religious people are like, oh, if you don't believe in God or if without God's word, you're just going to be a rampaging, raving psycho that just like takes over people and takes advantage of them. It's like, no, that's not what that means. You can be a very kind, empathetic person without God, without religion. And that is something that I want to see more of in humanity. Being kind, compassionate, and empathetic without this religious sense of morality. Because it's like, there should be that base.
8 towns named Nineveh, mirroring the biblical city where Jonah prophesied divine retribution. Additionally, the constellation Cetus, symbolizing a whale, will be visible during the eclipse, echoing the biblical narrative where Jonah is ingested by a whale before he admonishes Nineveh for its sins. Jesus also mentioned Jonah's sign in the scriptures. In Matthew 16:4, Jesus draws upon this story. This astronomical event was said to have caused the pagan city to turn away from false gods and back to the truth. Records of this eclipse were also found in ancient Assyrian artifacts, verifying it happened. America has strayed from God and embraced secular values. This solar eclipse very well may be a sign from the heavens that the door for repentance are closing, just as in the story of Nineveh in the Bible.
Yo, Mark is so right. Mark says decent and reasonable people can negotiate social contracts and measured accountability without mythological assurances. Yes! Yes! We can create a system that negotiates a social contract where, like, hey, you don't shit on me and I don't shit on you, but we don't have to have those contracts with each other. Like, hey, don't stab me, right? And I won't stab you. That's a contract, right? We can do that without religion. We can do that without this external creator conceptualization of God.
Alexa had some motherfucking secrets? Alexa, are we gonna die on April 8th?
According to an Alexa Answers contributor, unfortunately, yes.
What?
Okay, bitch, we only got a couple of days. Wait for the proof. Read. The sun shall be turned into darkness and the moon into blood before the great and glorious day of the Lord comes. But immediately after the tribulation of those days, the sun will be darkened and the moon...
Does Alexa say that? Isn't Alexa kind of the same thing as Siri in a sense? No, because it's Google and Siri is Apple. I wonder what Siri says. Hold on. Let's see. Hey Siri. Are we going to die on April 8th? See, it just pulls up a bunch of websites about how we're going to die on April 8th. And it's just conspiracy channels. We're all gonna die. Let's see. Hold on. There. Type, Jan. Are we going to die on April 8th? We're all gonna die. Siri is dumb. Okay, but Siri helps me when I'm having a dumb moment, okay? Okay? Who the fuck is this? Who the fuck is this? I have never seen this man in my entire life. Step one survival. Who the fuck is this? And why does he have so...
I have to apologize. I haven't been able to get on here in a couple of...
What am I looking at? What in the corn-fed sheep fucking shit am I looking at?
days because...
Yo, his beard!
I've been way too busy out in the sun. And...
What is this? What in the... What in tarnation?
I have to apologize. I haven't been able to get on here in a couple of days because I've been way too busy out in the sun, and I have gotten over and over exposure. Too much sun, and you get to that point, you don't even feel it coming up on you, and you're just working, and all of a sudden, out of nowhere, it just hits you, and I hadn't felt that dehydrated in years, and I'm used to just working, you know.
So you're mindlessly working so fucking much that you can't even fucking hydrate yourself. Also, why is the quality like shit right now?
Laying fence or whatever it is I'm doing out here, and
I'm just out here in the sun with my simple beard and my simple life doing simple work under the sun. I'm just shucking corn and laying a fence and milking the cattle. A total common man. I don't know much. I don't know nothing at all. Not even about drinking water. I'll tell you what. What is those brass knuckles in the back? Jesus Christ. What is this here? What is this? Does he put his... Okay. Let's play a game. Which one of these items does he put up his ass?
Welding or whatever it is, you know, all these little projects that I'm doing around here. And I don't really pay much attention to the sun. You know what I mean? It kind of sucks.
Not even a minute into this video, and I'm going to say that this guy is one of those weird doomsday, like, preppists. Like one of those doomsday preppers, you know what I mean?
I'll laugh right out of you. Right. Well, speaking of the sun, I gotta talk about, well, it's nice having a nurse around. She gives you fluids when you start to sink low. Anyways, but it's always good. It's always good to have helpful people around. Let's just say that. So it's kind of like that the core.
Bro, you're too stupid to, like, realize you're dehydrated and drink water and you need another fucking human being to tell you. No, I know. I'm judging him specifically. I'm not judging anybody else who has, like, you know, I don't know, depression issues or something, and then, like, they struggle to, like, you know, nourish themselves. Like, I'm not talking about that. Like, this guy specifically, it's like, dude, you're so fucking corn-fed that you're out there in the sun and you're like, I don't know, this sun has got that heat. I don't know what's happening. The life is being sucked out of me. Thank God for this nurse that come around me and give me fluids.
You know, everyone's just screwing up. You know, it's like you got that one corpsman that always provides you that little bit of fluid, the IV bag, right? So that being said, I know I'm rambling and I'll start rambling for hours. I try not to do that.
Please don't.
Okay. So I'm here because if you're paying close attention to, like, April 8th, okay, April 8th there's supposed to be a solar eclipse, and I know. I'm just another little dude in the world that watches.
I'm just a simple dude in a simple world. I know nothing about that sunshine, no sir. I don't bother myself with the witchcraft about the sunlight and sun energy, no sir. I have to have somebody come and deliver me fluids like the Savior Jesus Christ. Amen.
All the time there's a solar eclipse that happens, and it's like, okay, but what's so different? What's so different about this one, and why are they making a big deal? And why is there so much going on? Have you noticed all the things happening on April 8th?
No.
If you ever get a minute after this video.
No, I don't notice all the things happening on April 8th because it's just another fucking Monday for me. I'm going to wake up on Monday. I'm going to go for a run. I'm going to do my Billy Blanks tie bow where his nipples are shining in the sun from the fucking 90s. And then I'm going to sit around and watch some YouTube, maybe write some shit on my computer, look up shit I want to cover later in the week, and then I'm going to, like, make lunch, make dinner, what the fuck ever. I'm gonna scratch my ass, take a shit, pick my nose, and go to bed. Smoke a bowl. Like, no, I'm not gonna notice anything on April 8th. Nothing.
Video's over and I'm done explaining some of this stuff. Just take a look at everything kind of occurring on April 8th. Just do that and prepare to have your mind blown. So put on a helmet and prepare for that.
Put on a helmet? You mean put on a tinfoil hat?
So there's been a lot of emergency preparedness talks, you know, make sure you have plenty of water and food and gas up your vehicles and all that stuff, because there's going to be a solar eclipse unlike any other, and tourists are going to come and buy up all they're making.
The tourists are going to come and buy up all the teepee. They're turning the freaking frogs gay.
Excuses like tourists are going to come and buy up all the resources of the area at that time. They're all going to gas up. They're all going to eat your McDonald's, and you're going to be out of McDonald's for, you know, weeks at a time. And
not the
all
McDonald's.
Kinds of weird talk, right? There's been a lot of strange. I wouldn't call any of these theories of any kind. These are like factual things that are happening.
Wait, they're not theories, they're factual things. Okay, Beard Queen.
So, saying that those events are like catastrophic or whatever, but then
Yo, pizza party. I was just actually thinking, I'm like, how is this all going to like center down to Biden and wokeness? Like how? Like there's gotta be a way that Biden and wokeness ties into this.
You ever had someone...
Cassie's like, I can't take the disappointment of another wrong doomsday come and gone. I know, right? It's like, you know, for those of us who aren't religious and see the world as a hell, we're like, don't tease us. Please don't tease us.
Tell you a lie where they've had to like layer it with junk to get you to swallow it down. Like, it's kind of like getting your kids to eat their food. They won't eat it, but you tell them if they eat it, their hair's going to magically pop out sprouts or whatever it is, or they're going to grow 20 feet tall, or, you know, you tell them something to get them kind of on board. Well, it's like, it also goes with lies for distraction, you know, distracting other people from what's going on in the world. Like having a giant ship run into a bridge, you know, something like that. And then saying that, oh, unfortunately, this is going to cause a great effect to the economy for a long time. Yeah. But just so happens the ship just sort of perfectly steered right into it.
Okay, all right, okay, bearded queen. Now we're talking about conspiracy theories involving the boat that ran into the bridge. Okay, because, you know, we gotta just, like, put that in there.
Like, and no one will say who was driving the boat. We're just skipping that part. Man, I tell you, you know what really grinds my gears? I could go on for hours about this stuff.
Oh, please do.
The point is, they're layering on all this stuff happening April 8th. It's like, we already knew there was going to be an eclipse. Now, you know, they want all the schools to let out early in all the areas affected with that eclipse.
The reptilians!
So no one's going to be in school. Okay. And I'm like, why? What in the world is so important about an eclipse? There's more. There's even more. You remember Project Looking Glass? That CERN or whatever company. I know I'm probably saying that wrong. I jack up names all the time. But Project Looking Glass was a photographic device. Okay, giant, huge machine. It's supposed to take a picture of like your molecules in different locations. So it would take a picture.
Molecules? That sounds like devil talk.
The entire Earth. And my wife says, there's no way it can take a picture of the entire Earth. They say it can take a picture of the entire Earth. Just bear with me. So it takes a picture of the entire Earth one direction. And then it turns itself around there and it rotates.
Am I high? Or does what this guy says, we're 5 minutes and 30 seconds, 5 minutes and 40 seconds into an 8-minute and 30-second video, and I still don't know what this guy's point is. Am I high, or is he not really? Is there not like a sequence of like logic here? Like, I'm still wondering what his point is, and he just kind of keeps talking about like random. It's like this, it's like that, it's like this. It's like, what are you talking about? What is your point? Am I high, or is he not actually getting to the point? Mark says he hasn't made a single solid point. So it's not just me, right? Like it's not just like I'm like missing the point, right? Like, because I will always give people charity then. I am not a perfect listener. I am not a perfect understander. So like if I need to listen to things again, or I need things explained to me, like I'll sit and listen, but I don't. He's telling the truth. Shut up. He's just getting there. All right. Everybody shut up. He's telling the truth.
So whatever. Takes another picture. Then they can determine where molecules are. All the different molecules are.
Why are we talking about molecules? What's happening? What the? I gotta back this up a bit. What? something about the sun and being dehydrated and like people and now the molecules.
Probably saying that wrong. I jack up names all the time. But Project Looking Glass was a photographic device.
What the fuck is Project Looking Glass? What the fuck is Project Looking Glass? Project Looking Glass is now an inactive free... Oh, it's... Well, they're talking about a software. What in the fuck? Every time these people say something and I Google it, it's like you can't find anything right off the bat about it. I'm not saying that just because you Google something and you can't find it right away, it doesn't exist. That's not what I'm saying. But it's like, if this is such a common, well-known thing, you think it would be like right up front.
Okay, giant, huge machine. It's supposed to take a picture of like your molecules in different locations. So
it's taking a picture of your molecules in different locations. Yo, I got my molecules in check, okay? My molecules are with me. They're not in different places, okay? There's no spooky action over here. I got my molecules all up right here in my grip, okay? Don't you be talking about no spooky action with my molecules.
It would take a picture of the Earth, the entire Earth. And my wife says, there's no way it can take a picture of the entire Earth. They say it can take a picture of the entire Earth. Just bear with me. So it takes a picture of the entire Earth one direction. And then it turns itself around there and it rotates or whatever. Takes another picture. Then they can determine where molecules are. All the different molecules are.
Okay.
So little scientists, you know, scientific stuff. I mean, this isn't like fifth dimension stuff, I hope. I hope that, you know, a giant portal doesn't open up and these giant spiders start to jump into my chest and eat my soul. I hope none of that stuff happens, but I'm just saying that they're supposed to be able to take a picture one direction and then shoot it the other direction or whatever, and then they can predict the future.
What the fuck?
They're assuming that if they know where the molecule is going, this is kind of like watching squirrels in the backyard. You ever watch a squirrel? They can figure out where you're going. So
it's like watching squirrels in the backyard. You ever seen a squirrel in your backyard? They can figure out where you're going. What the fuck am I listening to? What the hell is happening? What is going on right now? What is this man talking? What is he talking about? I still have not figured what the fuck it is he's trying to talk about.
They already have that ability. Squirrels, just study them. But no, we've got to take it a step further. Anyways, that's happening.
They're turning the freaking squirrels gay.
April 8th. And that's not all. That's not all. That was another weird one. So the weird one was, that weird one was Project Looking Glass. I was like, wow, you remember those guys?
What does that have to do with the eclipse?
Another, you will not hear this. You're not going to hear it. No one's going to tell you. You're going to.
I'm not hearing it. Nobody's telling me it. I'm not hearing this.
And it's weird.
Nope.
Now, NASA is planning on firing a few rockets at the moon April the 8th during the solar eclipse. Why?
Why not? Why not go to the moon during the eclipse? What? How is that suspicious? If NASA is sending rockets to the moon during the... What do you mean? Like, how is that suspicious?
Or weirdness. So, are they really? And are these people over here really? Is there something else going on? Is there something else These are just...
What? What do you think is going on? What is happening? Can you give us any fucking clue, any fucking, like, grounding of what the fuck it is you're trying to convey?
Just two big ideas that are like, we're trying to gauge what it's like to have total shade at that time of day. Really? We really want to know that, NASA? Nobody really cares, right? But, and over here, this rose from the dead type thing, this Project Looking Glass thing, okay? So this just came out of nowhere. Surprise! We're back. And April 8th, we're going to make it happen.
What?
And then this is going on.
Who's back?
We just had an eclipse. So we're just
back
supposed
from
to have
what?
an eclipse. First off, everyone tells you better have emergency food supplies and all this other stuff. Something big is going to happen on April 8th. And I don't believe it's got anything to do with any of the things that they tell me. I think it's something...
Who's telling you what? What are you talking about?
But I'm just warning you guys. Pay attention.
Warning us of what? What are we paying attention to?
I guess you better be prepared now. I don't know. God bless, take care, and stay safe.
I am more confused than when I started watching this video. What are the comments saying? Let's see. 2 Timothy 1:7. For God hath not given a spirit of fear, but the power of love. And okay. If anything out of the ordinary, bad things happens, it will be due to nefarious government actors. Let's see. A population constantly in fear is a very controllable population. I mean, that's not wrong. When the lizard that owns Facebook retreats to his ground burrow, I'll start to worry more. Okay. Companies are shutting down Monday the 8th in areas of the eclipse. I can't believe such a big deal is being made of an eclipse. Let's see. Maybe I should sell my house and empty my bank accounts and live for the next 9 days. Every day that we have idiots as leaders, I die inside. I don't know what this guy's point is. So he's saying, like, maybe he's saying it's not so much as of a religious thing as it is a government thing. So this sounds more like of like government conspiratorial things. This sounds like anti-government stuff. Look.
Welcome back to SOS. I'm Stats Arm Badass, and today
I don't care for the government. I think it's full of shit. I don't like it, but I'm not going to sit here and waste my time with like deep anti-government conspiracy theories, right? Like the government isn't beaming nightmares into my head with space lasers, like that sort of shit. What the fuck is this guy? Prepare for war. We're all going to die. You're getting drafted. I've got some scary news. Professional survivor kit. Collapse of the petrodollar. What you need to survive in a He is a doomsday survivor. I fucking called it. Just within 2 seconds of fucking like looking at him, I'm like, this is one of those doomsday preppers. Straight up. This is one of those anti-government. The government's gonna come and fucking like get me. Hide your wife, hide your kids. Holy shit. All right, we'll keep an eye on this guy. Oh my fuck, I think I've had enough. Look, folks, going back on all of our topics we covered tonight, we covered Kyle Rittenhouse, who is, without a doubt, Kyle Rittenhouse is a dumb fuck. And not because I think his ideas are stupid, but because he literally proved, there is actual proof that he is a dumb fuck. He couldn't even pass the test to get into the Marines. He's a dumb fuck. Let's see. Willie Johnson started personal beef with me on Twitter. He's on my shit list, okay? This ain't over with. And as far as this apocalypse shit goes, Monday's going to come and go and nothing's going to happen. Okay? Okay. So. Okay, folks. We've been streaming for 4.5 hours of streaming. It is 4.5 hours of streaming right now. I think I'm done. Stick a fork in me. I'm done, friends. But thank you so much for coming. I really appreciate your company. It's been a lot of fun tonight. A lot of laughs, gags, and a lot of buffoonery. Thank you to everybody who is supported me through like giving me like super chats and things like that. That really means a lot to me. I'm going to say, like Morg says, look, this isn't church. You know, you don't have to support me with money. Just liking and subscribing, and most of all, just hanging out in the chat with me, like, is awesome. But hey, if you're going to throw me some money, I ain't going to say no, and I'm going to very much appreciate it. So, like, if you do that, that's awesome. But please don't do it if you can't, like, afford it, or if it's a stretch. Like, it's not a requirement, like, you know, like, but if you feel generous, I'm not going to say no. And I really appreciate it. It does help. I take the money and I put it back into, you know, the stream and like internet and like fucking software and computer shit. And let's see, shout out to our moderators, Mark, Cassie, Elise, Susan, and Philip were in here. Thank you so much for keeping our chat cool and chill. Let's see, good night everybody. Welcome newcomers. Pizza Party, thank you for coming and giving us some laughs. Thank you so much. That's really nice of you. Let's see. Good night, Heretical Response. Good night, Liz Leaf. Good night, Laura. Good night, Specs. Angela, thank you so much for coming. Yeah, it was fun. It was an interesting night. And just for y'all know, you know, I live stream every Friday, sometimes on Saturdays. I don't know if I'm going to live stream tomorrow. I might not. We'll see. You know, subscribe to my channel and stuff and all that shit if you want to like see my future live streams and videos and stuff like that. Stream before we all die, right? Better get the streaming in before we die, folks. Anyways. All right, folks, I'm tired. The headphones are squeezing my head and I'm getting a headache and I'm going to go to sleep. So take care. Have a good weekend, everybody. Take care of yourselves. Okay, be healthy, be well, and we'll see you next time. All right, love you all. Good night. Mwah.